Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more Path of Exile 2, and, well, it's a little bit earlier, quite a bit earlier than we would usually be getting started on a stream on a Friday, but alas, I'm off from work today, so actually hoping, we'll see if this is actually possible, but hoping to do a Path of Exile 2 stream at the beginning of the day today, or I guess what is now, the early afternoon, and then take a little break, and then go into some Mass Effect Andromeda in what would be a separate stream, just on the same day, in all likelihood, later in the day. So that's the plan. And as for the Path of Exile 2 stuff, well, a lot has changed in this past week, because when we last left off, we were, I think, level 72, maybe 73, and we were just dipping our toe into the end game, metaphorically speaking, but didn't manage to... we only did a little bit of that. So, basically, in the meantime, I have spent a lot of time over this past week off-stream grinding levels primarily and some currency for us to potentially make some gear upgrades. So, we are now up to level 95, so 22-ish levels or so. Also picked up all of our ascendancy points as well. I have allocated our normal passive tree points, with I think one exception for a level that I just got recently, and then the ascendancy points, I deliberately have not yet allocated those, because those seemed a little bit more like, ooh, that's an exciting new territory. So I've generally tried to avoid exploring any new stuff off stream, because of course I want to keep that stuff on stream to the extent possible. Also didn't really upgrade any gear. So yes, we did hit level 95 with 70% lightning res. It was not capped. And for most of that time, we did not have one of these. We had a cold res charm. So we legitimately, for like up to level 94, we're just running 70% lightning res. But hey, I mean, I guess it's possible. So there's we're theoretically quite a bit stronger from a leveling standpoint. In fact, at this stage, I don't think we want to get any more levels on this character. I mean, obviously, from some standpoints, of course, getting our character stronger still would always be nice, yes. But if we are, in fact, ultimately planning on making a build guide for this character, which we may end up doing, that's kind of sort of the intention. Of course, we're still in the early stages, so hard to say definitively, but if we are to end up going that route, then I don't want to have a build guide for a character that I have on level 99, because then, even if I say, oh, well, you see, you don't need to be this high level, I feel like that still sort of sends the message and implies, it suggests to people that the character needs to be that high a level before you can actually play it, and that is not the kind of mixed messages that I want to send. In fact, I think that level 94 was actually the level that I was targeting, that I thought was going to be the key number we were looking for, which is in part why there's one skill point left that we've yet to spend, although actually I think I ended up investing in a couple of defensive points just for leveling purposes that I will probably end up specking out of, and then that means that there are one or two things that I do intend on taking that at endgame, you know, when the character is truly, fully finalized, that we do not yet have. Chief among them being Cooked, which gives a lot of crit damage, which, as a crit character, is, of course, of great interest to us. But 25% reduced armor, evasion, and energy shield is it's not a huge number, truth be told. It's like one notable's worth or two minor points worth of defenses, but again, for leveling purposes, when you're trying to grind out the XP, it's nice to die a little less often, so your XP doesn't get penalized quite as much. So, did not yet take that, and instead took a little more defenses here. And if we were to get one more level still, then we could take this and still have enough to get these guys with our 2 bonus points, so to speak, the 2 levels above what I had originally intended on doing. The other one, though, that for those of you who are keeping a close track of the math here, you might be saying to yourself, well, Lids, this is 1 level, 1 point for that, but you've spec'd into 2 points here that you were planning on respecking. So that would mean if you took this and spec'd out of these, then you would still have 2 extra points, one of which you have basically said would be a bonus point, and the other of which you have not yet specified what it would be. If anyone caught that, well done. You are paying very close attention to the math. There is one other point that I am intending on taking that I have not yet allocated, and that would be the Evocational Practitioner. And that is because it gives us potentially some pretty sizable crit chance. So that would be great, but it is conditional. And it is conditional upon us using triggered skills, which there's a chance we might have something that I didn't even realize I put on that fits that criteria right now, but ultimately, yes, there is a plan to have a pretty fundamental piece of the build be a triggered skill. So once we make that happen, and we have not yet acquired that piece of gear, but once we do, this should be up basically all the time, making this the 25% crit chance is already good value in that case, and then the meta skills gain 25% increased energy if you've dealt a crit recently also theoretically should be up most of the time, the conditional aspect at least. As for whether we have meta skills that would benefit from doing this, that remains to be seen. So basically the tree we've pretty much ironed out at this point, and it likely will look, if not exactly the way I just described, maybe just some minor tweaks here or there. I was just looking at, for a second, the power charge cluster here, which theoretically, when we are using power charges, is really good, which has been the case with Falling Thunder, which gets huge bonus damage from using those charges, in addition to just having more projectiles, so also area of effect becomes better. But there is a chance that long-term we will opt out of that skill, in which case it would become a little more difficult to use power charges, in which case that would suddenly be 4 points that we could spend elsewhere. So just in the back of my mind, I was just thinking about that for a second. There is also, we've hit, as you might imagine, with us being a crit build, sorry, I sort of punched the microphone for a second there, we've hit just about all of the crit clusters that affect both attack and spell damage we have gotten at this point. But there are some that are weapon specific that we haven't done, and generally that would mean that that's attack specific in that case. And we have not yet gotten this one here, which is also power charge oriented. It's not as good for pure crit stuff and more so about sustaining power charges, so even if we were to go the power charge route, I don't really think we're going to be interested in using that, to be honest. Then the other one that intrigues me, if we were to finish with 2 extra passive points, we could use 1 to get the dex, obviously that's not a huge deal, but then we can get a little bit of crit chance here, which would be nice. Don't know that we're going to be using marks. If we were, then this would also become quite solid, but there's another one that, depending on what we do gear/skill-wise, which, as I was sort of alluding to a minute ago, is still somewhat TBD. If we can blind enemies, then this cluster is pretty juicy. 12% rather than the usual 10% crit chance per minor node, and then 30% crit chance relative to the 25% is usually what you'd get from the notables, so it's more efficient than you would usually get on the crit chance points here. It's just all based upon the enemy already being blinded, which at the moment we don't have a way of doing, but there is potentially a helmet in particular that could be especially good for applying that. It's a little complicated to execute, to build around that item, and it does kind of require that to an extent to fully maximize its value, so kind of need to start putting some of the gear pieces together, see how much crit chance we actually end up with, and figure out if we need to pull off any, pull out any special tricks, any aces up our sleeve to just eke out a little bit more of the crit chance, or crit damage for that matter. And as I also just kind of alluded to there, trying to make it so that we have crit scaling for both attacks and spells, because I do think we'll likely have a mixture of those things going forward. That is kind of tricky, though, because many of the things that you see lighting up here when I type in crit are specific to attacks. I mean, for example, this right here, plus 1% base crit chance would be fantastic. Unfortunately, though, only applies to attacks, and then likewise here, crit damage, crit chance, only for attacks. So there is still some value there, yes, but kind of trying to go out of my way to make a point of exclusively getting scaling that applies for both attacks and spells. Unless if, once we build everything out and are fully geared up, we find that, you know, we're totally fine for spells, but attacks are just lagging behind a little bit, or vice versa. So that's where we stand from a passive tree standpoint, and as I said, the gear, I think, quite literally is unchanged, besides very recently swapping out a basic cold charm for a basic lightning charm. But otherwise, fairly certain this is all the same. We threw this on last week, which may very well end up being our final weapon, to be honest with you. It's not bad from a damage standpoint. It certainly could be better from a pure damage standpoint, but it has huge crit chance, which is nice if we just need to have a crit in the first place, which may end up being the case. We may just want to have reliable crits for our attacks, but the direct damage may not be as important if the crit is sort of the key trigger that activates other secondary effects, which may very well end up being the case. But the big reason I think why we'd be most interested, or actually potentially two reasons why we'd be especially interested in holding on to this. Well, no. Every single stat on this is potentially relevant. Every time I look at them, I'm like, no, you know, that also is meaningful. Well, yeah, no, that is too, now that I think of it. The crit is obvious. The +4 level of all elemental skills, as long as we're using elemental skills, that affects both attacks and spells. And especially when we are scaling ludicrous amounts of crit multiplier, the generally most efficient way to scale your damage at that point is to increase your base damage. Increase your base damage, because then that increases the number that is getting multiplied like crazy by all the crit multi. So adding the +4 skill level to both our attacks and spells is a pretty big deal from that standpoint. Again, that's exclusive to elemental skills, so we would probably want to have all of our major skills be elementals. That means we're getting the 100% increased elemental damage. Now that might actually be local to the weapon, now that I think about it. So that might just affect our attacks. Ideally, that would affect both attacks and spells, but that's perhaps the least relevant of all the stats here. The triggered skills refund half of energy spent. That could potentially be quite useful, as I was alluding to before with the whole meta skills, gaining energy. We don't yet have any of that happening, but between this, them gaining increased energy, and I think we have a little bit along the way as well. I think this adds up to 33% increased energy gained if you have that crit recently, which again should pretty much always be the case. And then also have those skills refund half the energy spent. Should give us some pretty good uptime for those types of skills. So thinking about stuff like cast on crit or something along those lines, obviously we would like to believe we are critting more or less all the time. So that should be a meta skill that we would benefit from quite greatly. And then we just want whatever is getting activated by that to be an elemental skill that benefits from all that other scaling that we were just talking about. So that's big picture, at least, a relatively big picture, I guess we went into a bit of the specifics there, but that's the plan for gear and for the standard passive tree. As for the ascendancy points, we have the bell. We could upgrade the bell. However, I'm actually questioning how much incremental value this gives us. In fact, it might not give us much incremental value at all. It might actually be worse, in a way. So this skill does level up as your character levels up. So it is a little bit stronger than it was when we were last checking in. Most notably, or at least the thing that I most readily recognized, was that the frequency of the bells spawning, it became a little bit quicker. Used to be 2.5 seconds, now it's basically 2 seconds. So that may not seem like a huge deal, but percentage-wise, that's actually quite a bit quicker. And then you can also put on support gems to make that even faster still. So the bells spawn in very quickly, and they do have a little bit of a spread. They face the same direction that, or they spawn in the direction that we are facing pretty much all the time. So unless you start facing one direction, you really want to go the other direction, then generally it's not gonna be too much of an issue having them spawn in random places, and they don't spawn that far away either. But it does actually mean that there's a little bit more spread when the bells explode with their shockwave, which it really doesn't, we'll just do it this way. It means when the shockwave activates that there is a larger area overall that we are covering with that. So if that is an important aspect of our build, us wanting to hit as many enemies as possible with that shockwave, which may be the case, I'm not really sure to be honest with you, but it sounds like that's something we might want to do, then having the bells be spread out might be actually better than having the bell instead be permanently attached to our back. It does give more stun build up. I'm not sure that exists with this guy. Does it? It may not. Exactly what... Wait, hold on. Let's just read the fine print and see if there's any difference with what actually happens when the bell gets hit. Because if that effect is stronger with the hollow resonance technique, then that might be just about the only reason why we would actually consider making that switch. Still think the best way to look at it, though, is probably here. So while active, ethereal bells periodically appear near you. Your hits immediately destroy the bells, creating a shockwave that damages nearby enemies and causes a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. So it doesn't automatically stun them, and it doesn't have increased stun chance. They have to already be in a situation where they can be heavily stunned. Bells themselves are always primed for stun. There might be something that does cast on stun or something like that, similar to cast on crit. So that, I think there might be one or two. Don't quote me on that. That absolutely might be something I've just made up. I just thought I remembered that there was one or two alternatives that we actually could consider to cast on crit. And there's a chance that some are a little bit less costly spirit-wise, which could be the determining factor for us. But anyway, so that was an aside. Bells themselves are primed for stun. They can be culled, and hits against them are always critical hits. So from that standpoint, we are always at least critting the bells. So that is one reason why we are super confident that we should be able to sustain our various critical hit-based conditional effects or other on-crit triggering abilities. But we also want to have 100% crit chance for ideally both attacks and spells, regardless of whether it's hitting our bell or not. But the shockwave itself doesn't give us any specific explanation. When we click on this, it's just the same one that does, of course, discuss the shockwave to an extent, but that would suggest it does not say 150% more stun buildup. And that is a huge amount of stun buildup. And I would think maybe the key thing there would be if we were to go that route, and that would facilitate going with Way of the Mountain, which is one of the other ascendancy points that I was definitely intrigued by. This is the one that makes it so that when we immobilize an enemy, which could be stun, heavy stun specifically, which again, this greatly facilitates. So if we heavily stun an enemy, then we gain Mountain's Teachings, and Mountain's Teachings give us a whole bunch of bonuses. They give us more damage, they mean that we take less damage, and we have much better stun threshold. So we don't get stunned as often, which for what it's worth, I've gotten stunned almost constantly on this character thus far, which is definitely in large part because I've not improved our gear, but also having other means to improve our stun threshold would actually be kind of meaningful. So this could be very good as long as we can sustain it well enough. And the tricky thing is you lose Mountain's Teaching when we are hit, or we lose one stack of Mountain's Teachings when we are hit. And when we use or sustain an attack that benefits from Mountain's Teachings. So, in other words, it gives us the bonus damage. Every time we benefit from that bonus damage, we lose a stack. It gives us reduced damage that we receive, or is it actually less? Enemies... less damage. That's a huge deal defensively. So every time we get hit and benefit from that defensive layer, we also lose a stack. And we have up to a maximum of 30 of these. Does it matter how many Mountain's Teachings we have? Or is it just as long as you have one that all these effects are in place? Well, you have any amount of Mountain's Teachings. Okay, so it doesn't matter how many we have as long as it is greater than 0. Obviously, higher it is greater than 0, the longer you are likely to sustain it. But I do kind of wonder, since these bells are always primed for stun, could that be enough to set up Mountains, or Way of the Mountain and Mountain's Teachings? In which case, maybe this is still overkill? Because if we don't need this, then that opens up a couple more interesting options, including one that I may even prefer to Way of the Mountain, although this just, it's not that exciting, per se, because it's basically just, you're better offensively, you're better defensively. Mechanically, it has a little bit of nuance to it with the whole, hey, it's sustained via stunning or freezing enemies. Oh, which is also something we may actually be able to do in the future, but that's one of the other triggered skills that I've alluded to several times. But the other ascendancy point that I'm very intrigued by is Way of the Stone Fist. This is the one that basically improves your gloves in some way for every pair of gloves. And it's not a specific set way. It's not like it does the same thing every time. It is unique to the type of stats you have on the given pair of gloves. So this one just seems like it could potentially open up some pretty crazy pieces of gear, gloves specifically, that might not be possible to get on anything else. So, for example, if we were to get a pair of gloves that for a normal character would have critical damage, you can't get crit chance, but you can get critical damage, at least on a rare pair of gloves, and you have Way of the Stone Fist, what does that turn into? Does that turn into... I honestly don't know. Does it give you base critical chance as well? I mean, usually you wouldn't get any crit chance, it'd only be crit damage, at least on a rare pair of gloves, but then you get into unique pairs of gloves that could have crit damage and or crit chance, and what happens with those. It just opens up all of these new possibilities, which for me seems really intriguing, and I deliberately have not really looked into that at all yet, because I want to experiment with it a little bit. Yes, I'm sure that in the past few weeks, there have been lots of people experimenting with this, and they have made various discoveries and perhaps have started to optimize around what they perceive to be the best ways to make use of this. So maybe eventually we would just find ourselves gravitating toward what everyone else has gravitated toward with Way of the Stone Fist, but just the exploratory potential of it seems really fun to me. So it'd be great if we could do this and not need to go this route. Maybe we'll try that first, and then we'll just see if we think we can sustain Way of the Mountain with hollow focus technique and that alone. And again, potentially, might be at least one other fairly significant way for us to freeze enemies. Frozen, pinned, I don't expect us to be, or electrocuted, I really don't expect us to be doing. I mean, heavy stun, if we do enough damage, then we may be doing that to even just basic enemies regularly enough that that is also adding to the equation. And this does give us increased immobilization buildup as well. And so that applies to all those things? Yeah? Okay. Okay. What does this do? That gives, okay, evasion energy shield. Gives us more defenses, which means, again, if we are about to take cooked, then it does almost entirely counteract that. If you take this plus one of these, which again, I had not originally planned on doing, then that does actually more than make up for it. So, I think we give it a shot. I think we do it. Boom. And then, sure, we'll do this. Does mean defensively we are a little bit weaker, but now we have even more crit damage. And if you look at the tooltip now, this is not going to be all that accurate because we have various ways in which we are doing conditional crit-based stuff. This chance or that? No, that's damage. That's higher than I remembered our crit chance being, though. What are the... Oh, it's coming from... Perhaps. Hold on. Way of the Mountain. Let's see. Has +2 evasion rating per player level, +1 energy shield per player level, +1 maximum runic ward per player level. I saw out of the corner of my eye that our runic ward increased there. I still have not really used it on much of any of our gear. But, okay. That's where most of it's coming from. It might be where all of it is coming from, actually. Then, let's see. More evasion and energy shield. I think these were... Hold on. I want to see... It's a good pair of gloves for a level 45 pair of gloves. More or less, almost all the types of stats that we would like to see, just lower numbers. We probably don't have a huge need for the accuracy. Obviously, we'd like to see that life roll be higher. The int is probably not needed either. But let's see what those turn into. So, it seems like the normal evasion energy shield roll, that got turned into more evasion energy shield. We got maximum fire res instead of just a standard fire res. No, we have both the standard fire res roll and the max fire res. We did get base critical hit chance. Wow. Okay, so that's huge. Chance to blind enemies on hit with attacks. Is that coming from the accuracy roll, maybe? There's some thematic consistency there. Because blind reduces enemies' accuracy. Increased cooldown recovery. What is that coming from? Wait, what could that be coming from? Int? Maybe. I mean, that's actually kind of significant. Both for hollow focus. Wait, I want to see what the before and after is for this. So right now, bells spawn in every 1.6 seconds, and that is because although it originally said 2.05, we have cooldown recovery, which is accelerating that further. So it's 1.58, 1.33, and again, that doesn't look like the number didn't go down that much, but when the number starts to get that low, each little incremental difference percentage-wise is actually pretty huge. Like, this is almost bells coming back as quickly as we can hit them at this point. I think that's coming from the intro. What else do we see here? Damage taken, recouped as life, mana, and energy shield. I don't know where that stuff came from. So this is what I mean. It's very interesting to see some pretty unusual stats and universally powerful stats showing up on our gloves when we do that. So that's exciting. Oh wait, okay, we did put Runic Ward on this. It was 27. We do this, it becomes 95. Does the evasion and energy shield go up as well? It does. Okay. So, honestly, if we just get a stronger version of more or less the same pair of gloves, that could go a really long way. And then, as I was saying, there's some potential for some unique gloves that already have fairly unique stats. Perhaps they could do something truly crazy. So, you know, humor me for a second here. I kind of just want to try all of our unique gloves, and this is not all the unique gloves in the game, but it's several of them, at least. Like here, for example, fire damage converted to cold damage. That's very unusual. So what happens here? Does seem like any resistance turns into something that gives you max resistance. Gain percentage of fire as extra lightning damage. And then 100% of fire converted to light... Wait, what? It's to cold here, but it just changes to lightning. Huh. That is unexpected, but interesting. And then look at the... Oh my goodness, look at the defensive rolls. 49 armor, 35 energy shield. It's a level 33 base, so at endgame, you would almost never want to use this unless you were really, really interested in converting 100% of your fire damage to cold, because almost every other stat there is kind of a liability relative to what you would otherwise be able to get there. The opportunity cost is very high relative to a rare pair of gloves. It goes, what, 49 armor to... It becomes evasion energy shield? What the heck? Okay. I was gonna see what the percentage increase was for the armor. Well, it disappeared, is the answer. The energy shield, though, goes from 35 to 190 and gain a pretty sizable amount of evasion. So where I was going with that was, even from a base defensive stat standpoint, it becomes much more palatable to use this pair of gloves. So that's... seems like potentially any unique pair of gloves could be worth considering. So it really makes you want... Oh, hold on. Wrong button. It's this... Hold on. Energy... Pretty sizable energy shield roll. Life. Cast speed. The really unique thing. Sacrifice part of your life to gain energy shield when you cast a spell. What happens there? Maximum runic ward instead of energy shield. That we get... Was it, energy shield evasion hybrid? No, but it becomes an energy shield evasion hybrid. Life roll, I think, just went up. Becomes attack speed rather than cast speed. Sacrifice 12% of life to gain half that much runic ward when you attack. Okay. Okay, so it is thematically quite similar. Let's see here. Evasion, cold damage attacks, cold res, freeze buildup, increased magnitude of chill you inflict. So, a whole bunch of stuff based on freezing and chilling enemies more quickly and easily, which technically does work well with the Way of the Mountain stuff, with the immobilizing enemies. Again, low base that you usually wouldn't be interested in using at endgame, but stats become much better. Get more global evasion, energy shield. Okay, yeah, that's similar to what we've seen. or other gloves. Gain 15% of damage as extra cold damage for attacks. Max cold res, cold res. All damage from hits contributes to chill magnitude. All damage from hits contributes to freeze buildup. So you could be... doesn't the Elementalist have stuff like this? So you can basically use any element you want and still potentially get freeze and chill happening, which, yes, for Way of the Mountain would be convenient. I just think that in all likelihood we are going to want some form of crit on the gloves, because it looks like we can potentially see some really good things there. Evasion rating, accuracy, int, attack speed while on full mana. Count as on full mana while at 90% maximum mana or above. Let's see. More attack damage while on low mana. So it goes from being a high mana to being a low mana item, maybe. Chance to blind enemies on hit with attacks. Oh, that might be... Does that have an accuracy roll? Yeah, that definitely does seem to be what accuracy turns into. Which, technically speaking, could become quite interesting because it would open up the possibility... Where is it? Of us going here, as I was saying before. So, I'm intrigued. It's more than just a little gimmicky fluke stat. I mean, 13% is probably not high enough for us to really be relying on that, but maybe if we were to make a more dedicated point of... Or if we were to commit more to picking up a high accuracy item, that would presumably translate to a higher chance to blind on hit with this. And it is only blind with attacks, but that might still be okay. Increased cooldown recovery rate. Again, I think that's int we saw. Seems to pretty consistently translate to that. You are considered on low mana while at 50% maximum mana or below instead, so it's much easier to be considered low mana. I think otherwise, what, it would be 35 or 30? Okay, so that's intriguing. And let's see. Huge attribute requirement, or at least much higher than usual attribute requirements, which means much higher armor and energy shield and life. Lightning res, life regen, debuffs you inflict have 21% increased slow magnitude, cannot immobilize enemies. Well, if that last stat remains the case, then we would never really want to use it on this character. But I am interested just in general, regardless of this character, on any character, what types of stats you might have available to you. This new ability. More global energy shield evasion, less damage taken while on low life. Ooh, low life build, perhaps? That's not bad. I mean, if you could get that number higher, that'd be pretty huge. It does still give you possible ranges, perhaps? Yeah, it does. Okay. Then, let's see. Still have the increased attribute requirements. Max lightning, lightning res. Your hits cannot stun enemies, but you can still freeze. Regenerate its percentage of maximum life rather than a flat amount. That's pretty rare in PoE 2. I honestly, not sure I could name a single item that does that in PoE 2 right now. It's more of a thing in PoE 1 in general, whether it be on gear or on the tree or whatever. And, well, on the tree you might be able to do it in PoE 2. Previously, in PoE 1, I loved, like my favorite thing to do was make unconventional builds that could sustain Righteous Fire, which is an ability that damages your character a crazy amount, but then damages all the enemies as well. And usually, it would deactivate as soon as you become so weak, as soon as you drop down to 1 health. So basically, like, if you can't sustain that level of self-damage, then your power wears off, and you have to get some life back before you can reactivate it. So the whole point is that it is very difficult to set up a character who can safely sustain that amount of damage. And one of the ways that you do that is by out-regenerating the amount of damage with a whole bunch of life regeneration. So you want to have a huge percentage of your maximum life regenerated per second. And 2.5, at least by PoE 1 standards, on a single item is pretty crazy. In fact, can it go even higher than that potentially? Or is this the maximum number? It goes... Where is that one? Oh, it can go Oh, for a second I thought that was 5.3. No, that's 1.523. Okay, so 3 is the maximum. That's still quite good for that type of build. That skill does not yet exist in PoE 2, but I am awaiting the day when it does. Okay, then, oh, hold on, let's check here first. Let's double check what the base stats are. For normal circumstances, so we have some pretty standard stuff. I'm not sure if we've seen yet what attack speed translates to, or strength or dex, to be honest, and we saw int does some very interesting things when that gets converted. Fire damage converted to lightning damage. Oh, we saw this changed which element got converted to which, so I wonder if that happens here as well, or if it remains fire into lightning. Okay, so let's see. You get more evasion energy shield, saw that coming. Chance to gain onslaught for 4 seconds on hit. I'm guessing that's dex that gives that, in which case, that's pretty nice. Again, you'd like to see that number be a little bit higher to make it a little more reliable, but I assume it's 4 seconds is the default duration of onslaught? Yeah. You attack enough, you attack quickly enough, you may be able to sustain that, and it sounds like that could be either attacks or spells, so that's not bad. And you can get dex on any pair of gloves, regardless of what evasion, energy shield, or armor type it is. So that's... we're thinking about rares with whatever combination of stats we'd ideally like to have. That's a pretty easy one to pick up. And the intriguing thing about it is that you might be able to get a pretty good bargain from another player if they see something like a high dex roll as a dead stat and reducing the value of the item, whereas you look at that and you say, oh, no, I want that, then that's a good opportunity to get some good metaphorical bang for your buck. Then outside of that, gain lightning damage as cold. That is not the same element conversion we saw before, right? It was fire to lightning, now it is lightning to cold. Okay, so it does change, kind of like this does. Imagine if you could equip 2 pairs of gloves, somehow. With this specific ascendancy point, that would be insane. Because being able to stack a couple of these guys would be ridiculous. It's like, what if, it's not quite how unarmed builds work, but what if instead of having a weapon, you could equip a second pair of gloves? Be pretty sweet, I'm just saying. Okay, so then lightning damage converted to cold. Yep, that makes sense as well. So it seems like, as we've started to surmise here, there is a pretty standard way in which one type of stat gets converted to a different type of stat. So the defensive rolls give you more of that type of defense. The dex gives you onslaught. Accuracy gives you chance to blind. I forget what int was, but it was something interesting. Yeah, I forget already. But then the elements getting converted to a different element, it changes which elements, but it also gives you gained damage of one of those types. An increased area of effect for attacks. Oh, is that the strength that's giving that? That's kind of interesting. Maybe not so much for us, although it could still be. Don't know if it would take priority above some of these other crazy things that we're seeing here, though. Surpassing chance to fire an additional projectile. Wait, what is that coming from? Is that also dex? Oh, one of these things is coming from attack speed. Wait, which one? No, it's the onslaught is the attack speed. That's what that's coming from. The dex is giving us the chance to fire an additional projectile, I think. Which is also interesting. More dependent on what type of skill you're running, of course, but that's very intriguing. Okay, so then we've tried that. Let's try these guys. Could be very interesting, because this is all about the conversion, and it already has gained elemental damage, so how does this stack up? Gain lightning as oh, it turns elements into physical? That's clever. Physical damage from hits contributes to flammability, ignite, freeze, and shock. That's cool. And then it gives, again, just the much higher evasion and energy shield so that it's more palatable at a higher level, and it's Definitely in need of that if you had any intention of using it near endgame with just 9 energy shield and nothing else. But that's just a total reversal in this case of what it would usually be about, so that's a cool one. And you increased skill speed. We saw with attack speed it was chance to gain onslaught, but it was on hit. I don't think it had to be from attacks, did it? Wait, hold on. Where was it? Was it you? Where's the onslaught one? Chance to gain onslaught for 4 seconds on hit does not specify that it has to come from attacks. So technically, this skill speed is more flexible than this attack speed. So is there any difference what that translates to? Let's see. Less damage. Oh, wait, hold on. What are the other things, though? Skill speed, armor, life, reduced maximum mana. That's a negative stat. So I'm curious what happens there. And then share charges with allies in your presence. That is functionally the same as... Is it exactly the same, or is it just a sort of copy of... Where are you? Resonance. Oh, no. Hold on. Wait. Conduit. Sorry, Conduit. Although, actually, it's stronger than Conduit. Conduit gives it to your allies instead of giving it to yourself, whereas this, I think, keeps it for you as well. Yeah, you share. Okay, so yeah, what happens here? Less damage taken on low life. Is that what... No. Oh, that's from the life. Yeah. Oh, it gives increased attack speed. It's what that skill speed translated to, which is kind of strange. Cannot leech mana. I'm assuming that's what the lower reduced, or the reduced maximum mana base roll turned into. Chance to grant an endurance charge to allies in your presence on hit. Same with frenzy and power charges. So, rather than... it also potentially shares them with allies, except in this case it also gives you a way to generate them in the first place, which would not have been the case with the base item. So yeah, that just gives you a taste for it. There are some really interesting things, even from just rare items, can give you some stats that you would typically... I mean, each individual stat can give you something that you would usually only be able to get from a unique. And since with a rare, you can more easily modify things to be exactly the way you want them, if you have a good understanding of what those mods change into, then that's pretty huge. So yes, the crit chance, the base crit chance, certainly catches my attention as something we would almost certainly want to get. It does technically mean we are taking away from our crit multi, though, which is a little bit unfortunate. Not the biggest fan of that. The blind enemies on hit with attacks, that is a little bit intriguing as well. As I said, it does give us more options to scale that crit chance. It would require going to the tree to do that, although... Hold on just a second. Because we were talking earlier about maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 not being all that relevant after all if we transition off of a skill that generates and or, in another case, uses power charges. That would be 4 points, which means we would be able to take... I'm sorry, I've just been horrible at navigating the tree. Oh, that's because this is charge, not crit right now. I was looking at that, I was like, pretty sure the critical hit chance on against blind enemies is right around here, but that's not it. Why is it lighting up? No, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 to get all these. So we could swap this to take this. The unfortunate part there is that in both cases we are gaining crit chance, but we are not doing anything to scale crit damage. Ooh, wait. Forgot about another reason why a blind is so useful to us, potentially. I forgot about this. So this is really strong. As long as you can consistently blind enemies before you hit them with your main source of damage. 15% more, both on the crit chance and the crit damage side. And at that point, we almost certainly would be well above the crit chance numbers that we would need. That is maybe not quite as much the case as you might think, though, because at least our attacks are basing their crit chance off of this 19% base crit chance weapon, which is insanely high. And if we're trying to max both our crit chance for attacks and spells, of course, generally have their own default base crit chance, which is usually pretty decent, but certainly not as high as 19%. So on the spell side in particular, we might be in need of more crit chance scaling, so actually might not be quite as overkill for crit chance as I might have originally thought it would be. Okay. So yeah, I think the blind on hit, it is a little unfortunate that it has to be with attacks, but as long as we can find a way to fairly consistently and quickly, well, should be consistently that we're hitting with attacks. As long as we can do it quickly and ideally against a lot of enemies, then that could give us reliable enough blind that we can do blind-based crit scaling. The other option that we have used for at least one of our previous critical base characters is this, which gives us, I mean, defensively, sure, some energy shield, some dex, but the big thing is enemies in your presence are blinded, so that's automatic. Don't even need to attack them. If an enemy is close to you, it's blinded. Presence by default is 4 meters from your character, which is not that big. So it's basically more or less melee range, unless you scale it. Which, if we have enough crit chance scaling, then maybe we can get away with sacrificing a little bit of our crit scaling in the tree for presence scaling. The trade-off there might be worthwhile. So the blind alone is helpful, because it enables the blind side support that we were just looking at, and also the other cluster on the tree that we were looking at that just gives us additional crit chance against enemies that are blinded. But then you also have this every second inflicts critical weakness on enemies in your presence for up to 20 seconds, which gives you base crit chance against enemies with that mark. So that's, or is that a mark? Or is that a, I forget what it category it technically falls into. But used it on a mark character when I previously used this, so that's probably why I'm sort of merging those two ideas together. But that could make this worthwhile. We don't have that many uniques in mind for the build, other than obviously at the moment our weapon is a unique, and that likely will remain the case going forward. Our gloves, it looks like, will probably end up being rare, unless there is a unique that has interesting crit stats that are even more tempting than what we see on the rares, but maybe the crit alongside some of the other stuff on rares would make the rares even better still. But the amulet is the item that I've alluded to several times. I'll show you after this what I have in mind there that will do, ideally, the triggering spell that we would also like to be able to crit, and that will potentially be our primary source of damage. So that, I don't think, has any resistances, and this doesn't have any resistances either. So that's the main thing that I'm starting to wonder, is just, in general, as you start to introduce more uniques to a build, that tends to be where you become a little bit pressed to still max out your resistances. I don't think we're at the point yet, though, where that's excessive, because I don't know that we have anything else that needs to be a unique. Let's see. Chestplate can be a rare. That's totally fine, and we should be able to get a fair bit of resistances there. As you can see, most of our gear is still very out of date, including the rings. The rings, potentially both of them, will be unique. In fact, that is perhaps where one of our biggest anti-synergies comes in with the Sandstorm Visage there, the helmet we were just looking at, because one of the rings that we would potentially add would be this, Gifts from Above. This is just one that dropped. I would ideally pick up one that is better rolled than this, but these are the only two rings you can possibly get in the game right now that have crit chance, unless they added one in this most recent patch and I haven't seen it yet, but this gives crit chance, both attacks and spells, so that's really useful, and it's just hard to, almost impossible to get on a ring without this. And the other stuff is, I mean, it gives you a little bit of resistances, but otherwise, a little bit of item rarity, consecrated ground, maybe that means a little bit of life regeneration in somewhat niche circumstances, but generally, you're kind of just taking this for the crit chance, which doesn't feel great using a ring for one relatively basic stat, and that alone. And that's why the Grip of Kulamok is a little more unusual. It has tons of potential stats that it can roll, including a potentially much higher crit chance roll. This one maxes out at 30%. As you can see, this one can potentially go up as high as 40%. It can also roll crit damage, which you will never get from Gifts from Above, so it's a double crit item in that regard. And then there are two other potential beneficial stats you can get on top of that, which may or may not be relevant, depending on if someone calls me. Don't know who that is. One moment. Sorry, just getting a spam phone call. How dare they? Let's see. So other than that, I mean, increased area of effect for attacks, sure. I mean, the other stuff is basically just whatever I happen to be able to get on this guy that wasn't clearly and obviously doing nothing. So area of effect on attacks may be doing something, depending on exactly what our attack is. And then triggered spells deal 37% increased spell damage. That actually could be quite relevant. So that is very nice. Also, I purchased this ring a week or two ago, and there was a patch yesterday that just buffed this item. So I'm a little frustrated because there are a ton, like probably 100 possible, or not 100, like maybe 50 potential rolls that you could get on this item across those 4 stats. And if you do the probability of getting all 4 of those to be something that you like, the probability of that happening is unbelievably low. So it is very difficult to search for an item and expensive to acquire an item that fits all those criteria, which is why, as I said, prioritize the crit chance and crit damage. The other stuff, to the extent that I could get useful stats on them, I did, and I think we actually got pretty lucky in that regard. We have really 2 critically important stats, one that is potentially quite good, and then the other one, the 4th one, that area of effect for attacks, is potentially a little nice bonus. Okay, one moment. I'm sorry. This person is calling me once again. I'm just going to take a second to make sure that this is not actually an important call. I will hopefully be right back. Never mind, it was a spam call, as I had originally suspected, and or they had the wrong number. So, anyways, we're back. So, let's see. So, I have not yet looked to see what other news. I think I have to double check exactly what they changed on this, or at least they gave a little like preview in a patch update video from the developers where they said they got rid of some of the less desirable stats. There's a chance that some things that GGG, the developers, thought were less desirable were actually things that we wanted, in which case this may actually be a bit of a relic here that is more valuable than the currently accessible, or at least the more recently dropped Grips of Kulamok. But there might also be some new stats on this that could be better still. So it takes a while to find a good one of these, or at least it did, given how many possible options there were. So I won't bore you with trying to search for one of those today, but that may be on our radar going forward. The reason, though, why this is potentially relevant for the Sandstorm Visage, the helmet we were just looking at that blinds enemies in our presence and applies critical weakness to enemies in our presence is because this does have some negative stats on it. The reduced light radius, usually that's completely insignificant and you just ignore it altogether. If you run 2 Grips of Kulmak, it actually does become noticeable and it is actually a bit of a pain, but it's mostly just a mild inconvenience, certainly at least with only one of them. The reduced presence area of effect, though, that legitimately is a big deal under some circumstances, and as I was saying, default radius for presence is just 4 meters. So if you reduce that even further still, then suddenly Sandstorm Visage becomes rather difficult to benefit from. So that's where I have some hesitancy to pull the trigger on the Sandstorm Visage, even if it could be good. It could be really good, but combining that with Grip of Kulmak is really tough. I think the patch note said you could div it to get the updated stats, but I don't think I would. I mean, that usually is the case for items that get updated, but there are some circumstances in which you can actually make items worse in that case. I'd have to look more closely, I think, at what the potential effects could be under these circumstances. Are any of these roles no longer possible to get? Like, if we were to lose the increased area of effect for attacks and have that replaced by a random modifier, maybe even one that's completely irrelevant to us, wouldn't be the end of the world. If we were to lose either of the crit rolls, that would be a catastrophic loss. I don't think I actually had to pay too much for this one. I think I got a bit of a bargain on it. But also, I wonder if now, after having been specifically highlighted, possibly the only item that was specifically highlighted in the most recent patch notes, I do wonder if suddenly now demand for this item will skyrocket and the prices will go way up. But yeah, so I don't think that the crit chance or crit damage would get removed based on at least the description they were giving in that video. I could potentially see the area of effect for attacks getting replaced with something else, in which case, as I said, that wouldn't be the end of the world. Ideally, it could potentially be quite good if it were something that is actually very relevant to us, but obviously I imagine that would still be unlikely given the range of possible options. The probability there would be likely quite low. And then the triggered spells having increased spell damage, as I said, that's actually pretty good for us. Or at least can become pretty good for us once we get one other piece of gear on. So it's unlikely we would find anything that would be better than that. So I feel like if we are to try a different Grip of Kulmak, or potentially going double Grip of Kulmak, certainly at that point we cannot do Sandstorm Visage. We'd have way too little presence area of effects to make that work. Even one probably already makes that more or less the case, unless we do in fact find a way to squeeze out a little bit of additional presence scaling either on the tree, or it is possible from jewels. Maybe across those things we could just barely make it feel okay, but I mean, obviously, ideally, your presence is so big you can potentially cover the entire screen, in which case, functionally, every enemy is blinded, and you don't have to worry about that at all. That would be perfect, but I don't think that's going to end up being the case. But I think all that means, if we were to get another Grip of Kulmak, we would want to just purchase a new one altogether. And as I said, I think I'll probably just take some time off stream to do a little bit more research on my end to see what the new options are, to see if that seems worthwhile. It might be, it might not be though, because this one's not bad. And then the Abyssal Wasting on hit, the implicit is not a huge deal. It's basically just, oops. Excuse me. Did I press the wrong button? No, it's supposed to be Alt. There we go. It just reduces enemies' life regeneration, which, I mean, every once in a while might be relevant if you have a ridiculously tanky enemy that for some reason has otherworldly life regeneration, but more often than not, that's probably not all that meaningful. So it's mostly about the particularly double crit, and if you can get lucky enough to get a couple more stats, or at least one more stat that's half decent, then this can be a really nice item. The main thing is that it's coming at the cost of, an implicit that is not doing much, and then the reduced presence in particular. So the plan was likely to go with both of these, and it means no resistances on Grip of Kulmak, little bit of resistances on Prismatic Ring base for gifts from above, can go as high as 10%. In fact, you might even be able to go even higher still if you put elemental quality on it. Obviously, if we were to do that, then we would definitely make a point of purchasing a better Gifts from Above. This is quite common, so this... Yes, if you get a perfectly rolled one, obviously it's going to be a little bit more expensive, but shouldn't break the bank on this. Grip of Kulamak, if you get a ridiculous one, that can break the bank. So, I fortunately did not have to do that on this one, but I am a little concerned that that might be the case now that it has drawn more attention. But, okay, so that's sort of the plan for all that stuff. Let me just show you the amulet that I've now referred to numerous times, and no, typing in the word amulet is not going to help us find the particular amulet we were looking for. It is a new amulet that just got added to the game this patch, or well, this major patch, not the like the one that just happened yesterday, but the one that happened a few weeks ago. In fact, I have a search up here for one that has better rolled stats on it. It has crit chance. Potentially pretty high crit chance at that. That's one of the things that I've specifically filtered for here. But the big thing is that it has this Midnight Zenith, which while active, critical hits from other skills that kill targets or hit powerful targets. In other words, if we have 100% crit chance, then we're going to always be activating this against, I think it's unique enemies is what powerful targets are. And that, yeah, rare or unique enemies. We will always trigger this, and if we get a kill with a crit, which should be, again, assuming that all of our hits are crits, basically every kill, we're going to be triggering this all the time. It activates this effect, where critical hits cause you to gain Arctic Petals. Once you have enough Arctic Petals, they will be consumed to create ice crystals near the most recent target. So... it's, can you even see that on this one? Let me see if I can find it on the wiki, just to give you a full description of that. Of Exile 2 wiki. It actually was not yet in the wiki when I was most recently checking, because it was so new. Let's see. This is called Eventide Petals. I'm hoping that it has been added, but I don't know that it has been, actually. Unfortunately, it has not. So I believe, at least from the preview, the like teaser trailer that they did before the start of the league, that they showed this off, and the description there makes it sound like it's just creating some chilled ground, basically, or, you know, like ice crystals. But, well, I guess actually, if you destroy the ice crystals for, like, Frostwall, for example, that does do damage, so it has damage potential. It doesn't sound like it from that description, and it's not entirely clear exactly how much that is, but my hope is that it is enough that if we are spawning that stuff everywhere, we are basically exploding ice crystals everywhere, and that can actually become our primary source of damage. And we should be triggering it all the time, given how everything is going to be a crit. Could also do the fight and pick our stats on our own Grip of Kulmak. This is true. Admittedly, I have not yet done this. I don't remember exactly how much control you have over that. How much precision you can have on which stats you choose. Is it truly? Surely it's not that you can pick exactly which stats you get. There's probably a range, right? Is it sort of like bring something to the Well of Souls? Well, anyways. So those are the things that I have been looking at, but as you can tell from our map device here, I have deliberately not done much of anything on our atlas. I deliberately avoided our atlas so that we did not have any major endgame mechanics revealed, the new and reworked endgame mechanics revealed off stream. So I did pick up a few atlas points just from mapping with other people in public lobbies, and I may have accidentally spoken to an NPC or two along the way. But, wait, what? Hold on a second. Why are we... How do we have this a couple of discontinued sections here? Because this is where we were. And we only did a tiny bit over here. There were some mechanics that we saw the previews for. Oh, is it that once these places are introduced, you can actually immediately start going in that direction? You don't actually need to have them be connected to where you were? That seems strange, but I guess. Stats you choose determine what attributes the boss has. Ended up getting a trashy grip because it's the only stats you could manage to beat. Yeah. Want to do it so you could go Abyssal Lich. Oh, cool. Okay, so I'm now a little less certain what exactly we want to go with here, but oh, I will note, after having done a ton of the public lobbies in which there was lots of breach running, did find that there's a new breach, I don't even know, like, currency, but not quite a resource, I guess, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, that you get every time you finish a breach, and that I think the way you cash that in is by going here, and there is a maximum number for how much you can get of that resource at any given point in time, which is probably very high and not really ever a number that you're intended to hit. More so just a way of serving as a reminder for players, hey, if you've been doing a whole bunch of breaches, just go over and actually use this thing, dude. So, in case you couldn't tell, yes, that is the situation we find ourselves in. I did hit the maximum number for that resource, which maybe that is actually something that happens quickly, and it's not that big of a deal, but it does mean that we probably should make a point of getting our way over there so that we can make use of that resource, and that way, whenever we do a breach, the game doesn't send us a reminder saying, hey, you silly Billy, you can't get any more of this resource because you're already at the cap. So, let's probably make a point of targeting this first and foremost, then maybe we go in here after that, because I did also see, as I was doing some public lobbies, that there were some maps that people were running where the game said that I did not have the required quest state, which usually is something you see when someone is ahead of you in the campaign and you've not yet gotten to that area in the campaign, but not so much something you see at Endgame for mapping. So I assumed at the time that that was because I hadn't done stuff yet in the fortress area, but maybe some of these other mechanics, you also have to go there before you're allowed to even go into a map with someone else who's hosting those mechanics. It may be corruption. No, I'm pretty sure I saw some corrupted stuff. I don't know. So yes, I would like to try to make a point of seeking out some of these places. And given how, as I was saying at the very beginning today, technically we already have one more level than I had intended to have at this stage. And also, our gear is still pretty atrocious, and our resistances aren't even capped. I would maybe just say, let's rush this as quickly as possible, and there's not much to be gained by, also my map pool is atrocious because, as I was saying, I was basically just going off of other people's maps, so let's just throw something in here. Not too concerned about, honestly, I don't even know that we need to, like, what do we gain from doing this? Not much. The chance of dropping more tier 2 maps, wonderful. But can we just go straight here? It seemed like we did go here. I remember that. We did go there. Do we actually need to path here? Oh, fractured lake along the way. Okay, potentially. Can we approach this from any of these angles, or do we have to go from here or here? This might actually be the fastest route. 1, 2, and 3, I'm thinking, and then that gets us quite close to the corrupting nexus as well, which I don't know what this does anymore. I know they went over, they must have gone over this in the preview for this patch, the big patch, for a few weeks ago. But obviously this used to be the primary thing for Endgame, for how you progressed. But now with all the other stuff, I assume this has been de-emphasized? I don't even know. Let's go here. Let's spill half of our water on the ground. No, it's okay, I exaggerated. It was only about 10%. Okay, so our skills remain the same. It is Killing Palm, which can give us power charge generation, and then it is Falling Thunder, which cashes in those power charges to give us some pretty big damage. And as we were briefly looking at before, this damage number should be quite a bit higher. Our crit chance... Oh, okay. Depending on conditional stats, could go as high as 100% here, courtesy of our now much better base crit chance on our gloves. But we also have additional crit stats scaling from if we've crit recently and various other things as well. But defensively, we are still pretty atrocious, make no mistake. So, despite this only being a tier 2 map, we very much can, and perhaps will, get killed. Oh, we also have passive points of the Atlas variety, which I have been bothered by for a long time, because this pop-up just does not want to go away. So I would very much like to click on those very soon. Maybe we'll do this first. Technically, could we have, perhaps... Excuse me. Rare is dead. Please stop that nonsense. Oh, you may notice that the essence did not drop on the ground. To which I say, technically that's not true. I just finally went on a loot filter. I had one that was very strict. So offensively, we should be doing pretty okay here. Defensively, like if, for example, I were to just waltz into that spot, less so. To an extent, we may just be able to spam Killing Palm on everything and just blink from one enemy to the next repeatedly. I think we're also seeing here that very rarely are we going to find ourselves with no bells around us. We were asking ourselves, though, do we need the other, technically, possibly more powerful bell ascendancy? Because we might not. I'm surprised that still makes it through. Oh, actually, we just reduced the strictness of the filter. I'm more surprised that it just makes that loud of a sound. Hold on. This pauses, right? Okay. So I've not yet looked at this. I would very much like to have the pop-up go away. So let's allocate some points here. So this has changed dramatically, at least from what I've heard. Is now there are way more points in the Atlas tree, and it is actually possible to max out the entire tree if you go crazy picking up... Oh, wow. Or is that true? That's a lot of points. Let's see. We have strongbox stuff, shrines, spirits, essences, summoning circles, rogue exiles. We don't have that strong of a preference between those things, but if we're looking later on, magic monsters, magic size, that's pretty good. Rare monster duplicated, more rare monsters. Rarity of items dropped by bosses, I kind of like that. Quantity of waystones, I like that too. It's the keystone here. Summoning circles from packs or a more powerful boss. Summoning circle bosses are more powerful. Summoning circles or summoning circle runes are guarded by 2 random. Okay. Yeah. Not the biggest fan of the summoning circles. I just don't know that they're all that exciting. Although, yeah, obviously another boss does give you some potential to do some interesting things. Or to get decent drops from that boss, at least. Huh. Huh. So you can tailor your strong boxes to specific types of gear. That's kind of interesting if you want to use strong boxes as a more reliable way to get gear that is applicable to your character. Oh, what's this? 100% increased chance to encounter certain Esmeri spirits does not impact chance to encounter sacred spirits, such as the basic ones. Wait. Hmm? One second. Sometimes spirit will reach possess rare and unique, making them substantially stronger, rewarding. Occasionally, summoning spiritual animals. Possessed monsters are more rewarding depending on how many spirit modifiers. Okay, so the increased spirit empowerment, that's just from the basic enemies that it goes over, right? That's what was making me do a double take. While defeating... Oh, well, when defeating magic monsters. Okay. Well, that answers the question then. I suppose I just needed to read more. Hmm? Was this just saying that the standard ones can be a rare one? Admittedly, I guess the spirits has not really been something that I've leaned into all that much. Let's see, 'cause I would think bigger things we'd like to prioritize would be Breach seems to be very popular right now. Oh, but is that exclusively going to be... That's exclusively going to be in this section. Okay, so I should not be making a point of seeking that out. I see. Perhaps the bigger mechanics that I was looking for are not here at all, and thus I should not be as picky. Let's do... I think just for map sustain, it might be helpful to go this route some way. Well, that's similar to the strong boxes there. Increased chance for rogues. Oh, that I don't want. Ah, sure. Oh, I only have 1 point? Oh, I thought I had a lot more than that. Okay, in that case... Sure, I don't know. Essences. And where are our points in that case? Most of them are over here in Ritual. Huh. Would not have guessed that. Hmm. Okay. Just trying to see if there are big ones we want to make a point of. Well, this is a keystone. Or seems like these big ones that look like keystones are the ones that give you options of a few different things. Increased chance to find certain ritual types. Difficulty and rewards. Revive monsters from rituals. 5% reduced. Penalty tribute granted. Skills from rituals. Deal more damage. Ritual altars offer increased number of favors. Revive monsters from rituals have increased toughness and damage. Each time they've been revived, revive monsters reduce penalty. Oh no. This is another one that... Oh, actually, that's a little bit different. That's a little bit intriguing. I kind of like that. Increase tribute. Chance for higher rarity. Increase tribute. I will admit, don't really take much note of which one of these is which. Does it say here? It does not. I'm just trying to picture what these would all be. Just the chaos projectile one. This is probably the exploding pustules one. I have no idea what these are then. I don't know. But I think you can change these whenever you want. So, sure. That one. No, is this right? Oh, no, no, no. It's this. Go this way. Oh no, we're one away. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Wait, but we have 6. Does this cost more than... Oh, requires defeating the ritual pinnacle boss. Oh, I did not read that fine print. Okay, now I understand. Okay, well, maybe at least for now, we have increased tribute, and maybe this is a horrible type of ritual. Maybe it's a great type of ritual. I don't really know. And what's this one? Abyss? Okay, this one I feel like I will have stronger opinions about. Lead to abyssal depths. I have noticed people seem quite reluctant to go down into abyssal depths at the moment, but I think that may have also been addressed in a way in this most recent patch, and I'd have to double check exactly what it was that they did in that regard. Large abyssal chests from Final Fit are instead an abyssal strongbox? Huh? Manipulate abyss pits throughout areas. Abyss pits are scattered throughout areas with abysses. Abyss monsters have increased effectiveness. For each pit closed, oh, this gets stronger over time. More abysses have 20% chance to contain an additional abyss. I'm just gonna say this. I think. Let's see, longer term, if there's anything that we want to make more of a point of building toward. Has to find ancient desecrated currency. Ooh. Okay. Oh, yeah. Right. Some of those are pretty standard stuff. There are a few that are quite valuable. Increased chance to find abyssal eyes, omens, and lineage supports. That's intriguing. It is a big fancy one, so presumably that is considered stronger. Select an abyss faction to always encounter. Oh. So if you really like one of these things, you could then use this to always have that show up. So there's a bit of a combo potential there. Potentially quite significant combo potential there. Especially if you do... Oh, sorry. Just headbutted it and then slapped the microphone. And by headbutted, I mean slowly grazed my headphones against it. And then lightly tapped it. Which may have been completely inaudible. I hope it was, but alas. So if you do... Ulamon here for currency chests, then chance to find currency, specifically desecrated currency, and then you go and make it so it's always Ulamon. I would think that would add up to be pretty significant if you like the types of abyss currencies, which again, some of them are meh. There's some that are quite good. So yeah, these are, as I was saying, these ones I'm far more intrigued by. Ooh, this is huge. I really like this. Does have a prerequisite. In case you couldn't tell, the reason why this stands out to me and why this stands out to me as well is because, yes, Heart of the Well is a very interesting abyss type of jewel that drops. Well, specifically, it has to be a rogue exile that is possessed by the abyss, or whatever the technical terminology is. Rogue exile is being influenced by the abyss, so you have 50% increased chance of it happening here. You could argue, well, okay, you're still increasing a very low number by 50%. It's not going to be much, but they can drop Heart of the Well, and then Heart of the Well has a 5%. It's a jewel that, kind of like the Grip of Kulmuk we were talking about before, has a bunch of different modifiers that it can have, some of which are probably much more valuable than others, some of which work together much better than others. So there's definitely a lot of randomness to it, but if you can get, in general, they are still quite valuable because they have some pretty unique things on them that you can get. And then if you, they can either drop with, what is it? Is it, how many stats is it usually? It's not too, I'm getting it mixed up for a second now with Megalomaniac, which is 2 or 3 notables from the tree. This one, I forget exactly how many stats it is, but obviously getting another stat rolled on it is quite good. So I might actually end up going that way. And I was eyeing this as well. So I like that stuff. I like this stuff. As I kind of suspected, yes. Ooh. That's very nice as well. Yeah, I like the Abyss. The Abyss points. Is that it? 1? Oh, right. We were planning on using 1 here, but we have to do that first. Okay. All right, and we're in the middle of a map, and we just happened to press the pause button. These enemies are just impatiently waiting there for us. No, Liz, the game was paused. The world was paused for them, too. Don't worry about it. Okay, so ideally, I'd kind of like to just rush the boss here. So ideally, we would not find ourselves killing palming back in the opposite direction. For what it's worth, I pressed the killing palm button once, and then it just did a crazy series of culls. Generally speaking, I'm only pressing the button once, but it does sometimes go a little crazy. Can be fun, especially on lower difficulty or lower level maps where you're at less risk of accidentally teleporting into something legitimately dangerous. But once you start getting to the higher level maps, I did not mean to press that. Messing with more dangerous mechanics, then yes, it's more likely that you find yourself teleporting right on top of an active abyss, or right in the middle of a major encounter of some other variety, a big, rare, or even unique enemy that you were not particularly keen on giving a hug. What is that? That is a shrine. It looks quite unusual. I don't recognize that. Okay, one moment. I would like to, oh, there's also these guys. I did also see in the patch notes for this specific patch that just happened a day or so ago that they did try to improve these, because it definitely did feel like there were times when this was not very meaningful. These mechanics, especially right now when it's only 3, we're probably still going to want to skip this, to be honest with you. Although I did go back. To the part in Act 2 where apparently I missed one of the quest places to unlock some of the recipes. I did find where it was, so we now should have... Oh, I don't even know if that was the one that I wanted, but... So there may be some things that I just never... I mean, sure. There may be some of these things that I just never really had done, because they happen to be things that were of that category. Who's left? Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. So you can see how, in theory, if we can actually get to the point where we're one-shotting most of the enemies that we want to hit with Killing Palm, and it is roughly going in the direction we want, Enduring Shrine. What does this do? Increase life and defenses. Huh. That's a pretty standard thing. But it did not previously look all ritually like that. I just want the boss, who I thought was going to be over in that corner. It's definitely not going to be down here, I don't think. But yeah, if we can Killing Palm our way around from enemy to enemy, pack to pack, and truly just never really walk and only use Killing Palm for movement, then there actually is some pretty serious potential to go very quickly. Now I am deliberately using the Killing Palm button just to see what happens. Just to sort of prove a point. There aren't very many enemies in this map because this is... Here's the boss. This is a low-level map that is also not very aggressively rolled. But in a more crowded map, obviously it's more dangerous in that case, but it means you could just blink absolutely everywhere. Excuse me, man. That's not what you were supposed to do in that situation. Oh, we also haven't upgraded the level of our skills at all, so it's still level, like, 14 or whatever it was before, probably somewhere around there. Okay. Yeah, definitely. It's not as big as the passive tree, the skill passive tree, but obviously it has some depth to it as well. A life sprig, cool.
As expected.
Do we already? Oh. I think there are probably some pretty notable gaps in some of the stuff in our stockpile of some of the things you would usually get from those encounters. The new Runes of Kalgur stuff. Okay, so yeah, that is still going to pester us a little bit, but that's not nearly as bad as having an actual pop-up saying, please click on this button. I'm glad that that's at least gone. Alright. Probably just going to throw in the one that we just picked up. Oh, there it is. Okay. This one, oh no, we have to go here first, then here, and then you. I think this is still priority number 1. Oh, also, for what it's worth, I'll hop into Discord. If anyone wants to tag along with me, you're welcome to do so. I mean, as I've sort of been saying, would like to try now to make our way to some of these notable places for quest purposes, like that. Perhaps that. Next priority, though, probably after the breach spot, will be over here. At least initiating going in this direction. Just want to open up as many doors as we can at this stage. I mean, there's enough stuff that I don't think we're going to be able to check out everything today, of course. So, probably would like to go there, too, at some point. Although, for this one... Yeah, see, it's saying that we're much closer than I would have thought. It's kind of strange. It's a little bit off-putting, but I guess in a good way? I don't know. Yeah, I'll hop into Discord. If anyone does want to tag along with me, you're welcome to do so. Just, I am probably going to be making a point of seeking out as many of these mechanics as we can. And as I was saying before, not really terribly concerned about the map tier or really much other than just clearing through these spots quickly. Truth, probably just zoom through and not even attack very many enemies. That will get us in trouble at times. But also am not particularly familiar with this type of map. I definitely will not be navigating in the most efficient way possible. Like, I guess additional map drops would be helpful, but even then, only to a fairly limited extent, perhaps. I've successfully gone in a circle. Wonderful. I was thinking that maybe we wanted to go up in this direction, but perhaps not. Let's just Falling Thunder on that one individual. Surely the checkpoint means we're headed in the right direction, right? Killing bomb for a very long time here if we really wanted to, but well, it does have an area effect, so it did end up hitting many of those bugs. Also, ow. We do actually have half decent chaos res, surprisingly high chaos res for this stage of gaming, but it's not capped. Don't get me wrong, but seeing as how we don't have capped lightning res, the fact that we actually have something like 33% chaos res or something along those lines, that's a strange luxury. I feel like it's gonna be down here unless this is just a complete dead end. No, I just really feel like it's top left, you want to call it, a northwest-ish direction. But maybe I've just completely made that up. Excuse me, sir. Don't do that. Any more beast by the looks of things at this rate? Ow. So you will find that even in little tier 2 maps like this, we're still getting stunned almost every time we get hit. And most of our attacks are actually pretty slow. They have, we don't have much in the way of attack speed scaling, but also we have attacks that just have a flat added second duration to them, Falling Thunder, and possibly Killing Palm as well. So there's like a little wind up before we do anything. Okay, well, here's obviously the boss. Don't know which boss this is, but I'm assuming it's the sailor dude. Wait, where is he? Oh yeah, he's over here. Sorry, wrong side. I just walked straight into that. Not so much. Okay. Let's skedaddle. Those in, and not really
Go on. These are
concerned about min-maxing the returns here.
Go.
Guess we could always expedite the map pool building process by purchasing some of these. It's tier 14, ideally that'd be T15. Might still be possible for us to do something to bump that up a little bit further. Okay, so I think we're looking at going here into here. And this area does contain breaches, but that does mean that we will not be benefiting from the extra breach resource, but I think for one map, that's not a huge deal. I really am lacking the perspective of just how quickly you can get that stuff, how meaningful it is to cash it in, how useful is it, and so is it a big deal if you hit the cap and waste a few maps on it? I don't know. I don't have any of that context at all. And then this, I thought we saw... Okay, yes. We saw a little hint of this last week, I think, where it showed us you can get breach passive points from that. That is certainly of interest, but as I said, maybe we'll at least initiate that process here and make our way to the monastery, and rather than spending the rest of the day trying to get as many of those breach points as possible, yeah, that's something I could do the grinding off stream, but I'd like to at least get the initial discovery and exploration of how the mechanic works on streams. Why don't we do that for this? And then I think we'll perhaps at least poke our head in here after that, and then if we have time, I don't think we're gonna do all of this stuff in here, but then maybe if we have time, we'll see if we can get close enough on this side, given how we have a little bit of a head start here, to make it to the Well of Souls. These guys say they give bonus... Ooh, yes, they do give bonus Abyss points, as we were saying before. I did very much like the looks of those Abyss nodes, so that intrigues me. And I think there was also... We did start doing the hunt-based quest last week. That is the one that I think we... Possibly the only one that we got past the initial phase of, but I don't know that it's that huge of a deal if I were to continue doing this off stream. Obviously, I didn't do it this week, but anyways, we're getting ahead of ourselves. One step at a time. One step at a time. This is a powerful boss as well, so we'll have to be careful. That boss gains part of its life as extra energy shield and penetrates our already not capped resistances. Oh dear. But legitimately, as I said, we very much can die. We are not good defensively right now, and as I was saying before, we also can very easily get stunned. Which can be the thing that leads to our demise. So defensively, that's a problem. Enough offenses that hopefully is not going to be a huge hindrance. But it could be. And then offensively, obviously, we do have a little bit more working in our favor in that regard, but we're so far from a finished product. Fairly certain the boss in this map tends to be in this top corner here. Yep, okay, so this is an easier one to speed run. I think I will do just that. Especially because there is a breach here, but as we were just saying before, we think that that breach is going to actually not do much for us. I don't know if we need to do that though to get the breach passive point. Does this one give a breach passive point here as well? Ooh, he's a powerful boss, so he gives us a +1 map drop. Okay, so it notably did not say map complete. I'm assuming that's because the breach in particular it might be waiting for us to. I hope we don't have to get all the rares as well. Be a little bit more of a time-consuming process in that case. Every time I see an enemy like this with a temp chains bubble, my head goes back to the head goes back to the proximity shields, which I think do kind of exist in PoE 2 now with some of these mechanics, actually, some of these guys. Probably still, grand scheme of things, kind of a waste of time, but... Are proximity shields still as much of a thing in PoE 1 as they once were, or were they kind of removed / reduced? There was a while when they were a pretty big, legitimately a pretty big factor in PoE 1. Those who are unfamiliar, basically, in the case of an enemy with a proximity shield, you can only damage that enemy if you are right up next to it, or within the shield. So a hindrance to long range characters. Okay, where is this breach? Every time I hear this character say, "You're mine," which is a line that he says fairly often, every single time, it sounds like "your mom" to me. I'm fairly certain I said last time, but the thought remains every single time. And I'm reminded of it constantly. That's the little breach gone. Where could it be? Don't need to make me as much from a point of opening up all those as well. Where is it? Not in here. It's a corner. Yes, I'm going to be kind of annoyed. It's an obscure, fairly obscure corner. I guess it's still better than being in some other more distant corner of the map where we've not yet been. Oh, there it is. Right in the middle. Does it reveal when you kill the boss? It might. That's the thing they had a while back, wasn't it? Yeah. Rare. Okay, so I'm hoping just the breach alone will be sufficient here to get us to the point. That would kind of make sense. And the breaches mechanically have changed a little bit. Maybe about to see. And now it says map completed. Okay. Just opening the breach might be enough. We may very well have seen at least one breach last week, but killing bomb because it's easier to... The game kind of auto-targets the enemies for me, so just hold the button down, kind of, and see where it leads me. Ah, that's not quick enough, though. Okay, so if you don't kill the enemies quickly enough, the breach collapses. And it says, you cannot store any more hive blood. Go to the Genesis tree to consume it. So that's what we're trying to do. Trying to get far enough. We can do that. And there are more things that happen in a breach if you can fill up that bar, which we didn't do on that occasion. In part because there just seemingly weren't enough enemies. If we were running around even more quickly, then perhaps we could have still made it happen, but I feel like it might actually be easier to fill that with a crowded map. Okay, well, that was the worm gift, but I would say let's take a second to look at that more closely, but I think we will be taking a lot longer to do that in just a matter of moments, because that might be the last one we needed to do to access that area with that mechanic that we were just referring to. But also, we did just get our first breach point, so let's see. Increased chance to find those womb gifts, sorry, not worm gifts. A much more pleasant concept, right? Well, we'll talk more about these in a second. Obviously, I've not really used them, but I have picked a whole bunch of them up from public lobbies, so we have a stockpile to draw from. Increased quantity of hive blood. You know what? Let's go to this spot first, and then we'll have a better sense of which one of these things we prefer prioritizing. I think we can go there now. So, Monastery of the Keepers. Through the Dreamer, they see their path. Keepers of the Flame. Travel to the Monastery of the Keepers. Let's do it. So I think this is another spot, kind of like the place we saw with Hilda, the campsite, where there aren't any enemies, but there are other mechanics to engage with, or other NPCs to talk to, and ways in which to build upon the breach mechanic. Ooh, it's quite ominous here.
You came. I am glad of it.
So, I will admit, I've not played PoE 1 in several years at this point, and I believe not that long ago they had an update there called the Keepers of the Flame or something like that, and it does seem like this is very much more than a nod. This is like a continuation, perhaps, on that whole concept, that whole lore. I don't have that context myself because, as I said, I have not been playing PoE 1 since that update happened. So I think for other people, perhaps Aelith may be a familiar face, for all I know, and some of the other concepts and whatnot explored in this area may be building upon things that I am not as familiar with. Obviously, Breach in general, I remember the original Breach League in PoE 1, I was playing then, but more recent iterations on Breach, less so.
I am Aelith, founder of the Keepers of the Flame. We are all that stands in the way of the Hiveborn consuming our world. The Dreamer is pleased. He recovers for now, though I hold hope that you will have the chance to speak with him someday. But yes, the benevolent Dreamer is indeed who we serve here. The Dreamer forgives via actions, not words, but I do have hope for you. As you can see, the monastery has changed since you left, but our cause has not. Our enemy grows in number. As we speak, they attempt to breach our world, and the Dreamer warns us we must act now.
The Hiveborn threat must be eliminated. But how? What can be done?
You mustn't underestimate your fellow Keepers of the Flame, or yourself. You know our unique advantage.
So, the monk specifically has other lines that are references to the Dreamer and things along those lines. So, and I think the backstory of the monk is that previously, as Aelith sort of alluded to there, that he was a part of this group, and so we've technically been here before, but apparently some things have changed since then.
Here she stands, the Genesis tree.
She has grown greatly since last I saw her.
Yes, we have continued to nourish her, and in return, she provides everything we need to sustain ourselves. She is life, in its most essential form.
I worry she will reject me. Because of my absence, she may not recognize my imprint.
She is not so fickle. She understands your heart. Let us see. Take this and go to her.
Okay, so she gives us one of these womb gifts. Let's look at it a little more closely now. So item level, that does vary depending on, as you may have seen, they drop from basically, seemingly, every breach that you complete. So I don't know how big of a deal that is. It requires Hive Blood to use, so that gives us some context for what the Hive Blood is for. Can grow into a currency item on the Genesis tree. So I guess it gives us some kind of guaranteed drop is maybe a little bit too strong of a way to phrase it, but guaranteed from a particular pool of potential items, or in this case, currencies. So I honestly don't even know how much of that resource we have. I don't know if there's like a place where we can see that. Probably right here when we click on the tree, there will be. But, like, is there a hotkey to open it up or something? I don't know. But also, I felt like there was... Oh, again, I don't have the context of the Keepers of the Flame update from PoE 1, but at least from the original Breach League, my association with it is very much, oh, it's this very corrupting source of power, and I would think that anyone affiliated with it would be very corrupted in that way. So to me, my first reaction to Aelith and this group of people who seems to be working very closely, theoretically against the Breach forces, but perhaps dabbling a little bit in some of those types of power as well. Can we really trust these people? Are they not corrupted themselves? I mean, is that not what happens in every single Path of Exile lore piece everywhere? Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Even the good guys turn evil or have, horrible things that happen to them in their pursuit of power. So maybe it's just that...
She does not reject you.
Okay, hold on.
Now, the true test. Give her the womb gift.
She accepts. She is a wonder to behold.
The dreamer captured her from the enemy, then gifted her to us. Now, to grow the womb gift, we must nourish it with the blood of the enemy.
See, this sounds quite corrupted. Oh, oops, I hope I didn't cut her off there. I just wanted to close that out. But we need to, use the blood of our enemies and use that to cash in a womb gift. Like, am I the only one seeing that this is a pretty dark mechanic? So maybe that alone is enough to make this feel corrupted, just to make you feel very uneasy. You know my general opinion of all the NPCs we encounter in PoE by now. I don't know, do I, Format? Let's see. So what I'm seeing here is, I remember there was a little teaser for this in one of the trailers when the big expansion from a few weeks ago came out. So there's lots of these points here, but what I'm wondering is, like, place a womb gift here. Is there only a finite are there only a finite number of times when we can use stuff here, in which case you want to be making the most out of each individual point, so you want to be using the highest possible level womb gifts, otherwise you're wasting a spot on one of the lower level womb gifts, and you're never going to get the chance to use a higher level one in place of that, because, as I was mentioning before, I did pick up quite a number of these when I was doing some public lobby mapping, and I think those are going to be a lot higher level than the probably minimum level 65 that we have right now as the gift. This is a lavish one. There are different categories. Okay, so lavish goes there. So, like, I'm just saying, if we were to go here, for example, I think we might find that we have our fair share, not of these ones, but of all the other ones, in some cases of pretty significant quantity and much higher item level. So it does cost more hive blood to use them. That makes sense. I get that. It's the same amount if it's the same level? It seems so. That much is fixed. What about, and from each category to the next, some are more expensive than others. The ornate ones are more expensive for the... Looks like an amulet? Yeah, that makes sense. Amulet is pretty rare and could potentially be quite good, so that's expensive. The currency one. Belts. Just rings can also be quite good. And then I'm guessing maybe this is like uniques or something along those lines. So I feel like let's skip you for now and let's instead use a better one. Just in case. What happens when we do this? Assume the hive blood. It's the highest level we can get on that, seemingly. So what happens? That was a little bit disturbing, I think, maybe, possibly.
Remarkable. Her potential is limitless.
Yes, she will make all the difference in the war ahead. Now, the time comes for you to do your part. First, you must find more of the enemy's breaches, stabilize them, drive them back.
Forgive me. How will I seek out the enemy?
You will know when they are near, but this may aid you in making a start.
Oh.
The
see.
dreamer observes you. He holds hope for your redemption, as do I. Return to me once you have faced the enemy breaches. Do not fail us. You've done well. The enemy was dealt a significant blow. May it give them pause. Now, we must raise the stakes.
I am ready to prove myself.
And prove yourself you shall. The splintered pieces of the enemy's world, when brought to the Genesis tree, can create a tactical weapon of sorts. We have already successfully birthed one from the tree. Let us see what it can do.
I mean, I get the phrasing, but at the same time, I get why.
You can see an area affected by the enemy. But the reality of their presence is worse than it appears. Using these weapons against them, we can uncover their pending invasion. Take the stone. Use it to reveal the truth.
Oh. Oh, it's a quest item version of the Breachstone. Okay. Interesting. Twisted Breachlord reaches out from his domain with maddened agony and anger. Okay. Oh, it reveals it, but it consumes the breach. I mean, is there any reason not to do this right now and at least get rid of or free up one extra inventory slot? And I don't think we'd have to do this right now. We could do it whenever is convenient, but there we go.
A scourge lying in wait. Horrifying.
Mindless and vile. Biding their time, building their forces, but now we catch them on the back foot. First, we'll enter one of their hives on the ground. I will aid you in destroying it. Next, we must assault their hive fortress, looming above. Bringing this down will cause chaos among them and get us closer to their core. Finally, we face their depraved lords within their hive colony, Esh and Tul.
Esh and Tul,
Killing
hey!
them will bring complete disorder and stall their invasion. This will give us time to await the word of the dreamer for the next stage of his plan.
I am ready. I shall not fail you. I shall not fail him.
I will be with you, and the rest of the Keepers will be waging war against the enemy across other fronts. Remember, you are not alone.
Okay. I was also wondering what if we got a currency drop there, but it just oh, wonderful. Okay. So we did get an augmentation to drop from our level 81 womb gift, which seems like that was a pretty horrible deal, unless there's more to it than just that, because now passing chance to birth an additional item. Oh, is it? Do we allocate these? We do. Okay, but what I still don't really understand what the incremental value is of doing a higher level womb gift. Like, did we get 2 points because we did a higher level version, whereas if we did 1 point, we would have only gotten, or if we did a lower level one, we would have only gotten 1 point? Or was it all just the significance of the currency drop, and we just got unlucky, and despite using a high level womb gift, only got an AUG? Because if it's all just to set up the currency drops, you want to get the points first before you start cashing in the big ones, and then really increasing the likelihood of those giving you something good, then you could make a case for deliberately starting small and then working your way up so that you benefit more from the big dudes. That's what I'm starting to think. We have a lot of hive blood, so, and we have a lot of these. So we might be here for a little while. Let's try this out. There's 2 points left. It consumes like an order of magnitude less. Oh, so that gives us a GCP. Okay. That makes perfect sense. And then it unlocks more? What the heck? I don't understand. can we allocate everything, or is there... Well, I mean, I would think so. It's basically a different breach-specific tree. But it seems like our limitation is just the twofold. The womb gifts, however many of those we have, plus our hive blood, however much of that we have. And so, since we have a fair bit of both those things right now, we might as well just cash a whole bunch of that in. And maybe we won't do absolutely all that right now, because maybe that starts to get a little bit tedious. But I don't know. I mean, I'm intrigued, of course. Get an additional item. Additional item. All items converted to gold. Oh, I don't know that I want that. It has to be a catalyst. More chance for it to be a catalyst. Wait, did that change? Oh, wait, what? Is that what that said before? Are these changing every time? Because I thought we had allocated points already, and now they're gone? Huh? We apply those points. Hold on. Let's figure out how this works. Let's experiment a bit. I'm going to use the level 80s rather than the 81s in case we want to be more deliberate with the 81s. Okay, so if we do this, these are both allocated. Do these points go away as soon as we cash this in? I'm curious.
She provides.
Okay, not great. We seemingly still have these, and now more options are revealed. Huh. Those remain so. Okay, that's obviously a little bit better. Let's see more there, and we do not have additional points to spend. I don't know why that is. What determines when we can spend more points and when we cannot? Let's maybe take a look. Now here we might have a little bit more of a sense of what's meaningful. Or hive blood. Increased chance to find a particular type of womb gifts if you have preference there. Essences near breaches have a chance of the essence. Wait, breach essence? Wait, breach essence? Essence of the Abyss, I remember. I don't know if I remember Essence of Breach, though. 10% chance to drop one level higher per explicit modifier on the map. Unstable breaches spawn 2 additional rare monsters when stabilized. The breaches become more dangerous, but potentially can drop higher level stuff. It's effectiveness for rare breach monsters. Breaches have reduced pack size, but increased effectiveness. Breaches have increased pack size. Okay. Stable breaches take 10 additional seconds to collapse after timer is filled. Longer time to maximize the value of the breach at its full size, basically. Or revealing breach strongholds will add modifiers to revealed maps. Some additional breach stone. Add modifiers to all revealed maps, or add a modifier to one. I don't know what to make of that. Breach hives have an additional wave of hive-born monsters. Aelith gains skills which can summon additional breach monsters. Excuse me, Aelith. Wasn't I just saying? Wasn't I just saying that I was questioning how corrupted she might be? Third limitation is hive-related map points, like these here. Completed breaches has 10% chance to add a hive to a nearby map. Would be helpful for long-term sustaining breaches across your atlas. Specialize in skills created by Aelith when in the breach hives. 10% increase damage of skills created. 50% number of skills increased number of skills created. I do wonder if maybe one of the types of maps that I was blocked from doing before when it said I did not have the required quest state was perhaps these breach hives that other people were running. Maybe it doesn't let you go into those until you've been here and talked to Aelith about this a little bit more. Unstable breaches have 100% chance, increased chance to contain rune, martial of... Yes. Oh yeah, and there are, so in the original, in PoE 1, there are what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 breach lords. One for each of the elements, then physical and chaos. And then, of course, there already was, a breach endgame-ish, endgame boss in PoE 2. And it seemed like it was kind of, sort of supposed to be a combination of various different breach lords from PoE 1, which could have been interesting if there was more build-up to sort of suggest, hey, there was a way in which this particular breach lord came about absorbing the power of those different elements, of those different breach lords, but maybe I just never really looked into the lore all that much or listened to the conversations building up to that, but there just weren't many of those, so maybe that's something that there's a little bit more of an emphasis on this time. And the thing that I was reacting to earlier that Aelith had said was Esh and Toll, which were the lightning and cold breach lords respectively from PoE 1, who it seems may now actually be making more of an appearance, a direct appearance, in PoE 2. Healing Rune will allow you to return his head to the Genesis tree to unlock the Grasping Orchid. You know, those are words that might mean something, but heck if I know. Earning more breach map points does seem to add more breach points on the tree, but it doesn't seem to be a 1-to-1 ratio. Sure, there's an explanation somewhere, but it's been fun to figure out. Okay. So it may make sense, rather than for us to just go crazy cashing in all of our womb gifts right now, to instead maybe cash in a little bit in part to use our almost capped now hive blood, but make the tree a little bit stronger before we go crazy cashing in everything. Genesis tree has 2 extra passive points for each womb. Sounds like that could be helpful for what we were just describing. Genesis tree has 5 extra passive points for the amulet womb. Oh, I see what this translates to, how that would play out. Genesis tree has 5 extra passive points for the currency womb. So like this, for example, we were in the currency womb, we would have 5 more in that tree, in that section of the tree. Yeah, I think we probably do want to still use a few more here. Let's do maybe a couple more of the currency ones, and then maybe we'll try some of the other types as well, just a little bit. Because at least with the big, like, truly juiced, quote-unquote, breaches, you can get a few thousand per breach, I think. Which is definitely not what we would... we didn't see any in our previous breach because we were already capped. But at low levels and with low map tiers and with not juiced maps, that number is, I'm sure, orders of magnitude less. But it is possible to get this in somewhat sizable chunks, I think. Something like this. Not great, obviously. Now we have more options opened up to us. No points to spend there. But it seems like this was the catalyst direction, which I'm not necessarily sure would be something that I would be interested in pursuing. Convert everything to gold. You can... What does this cost? Anything? Does this cost gold? Or can we do this whenever? Could I just on a whim say, oh, today I want to get a whole bunch of catalysts. Okay, I'm gonna spec out of these things and spec into this. Or, actually, I want gold and forget all the other stuff. That's not important. I don't know. I'm a little hesitant to do it just yet. It might cost hive blood. That would kind of make sense. But let's try one more of these, maybe. Oh, it did give a couple of them. Okay. For what it's worth, also, if you hold the Alt key you can basically deactivate your loot filter, which is how I've at times been seeing things that otherwise would not have made it through our loot filter. Passing chance to birth an additional item. I mean, I do kind of like that. Alchemy becomes more likely. Alchemy also becomes more likely. I'll say orbs, plural. I mean, obviously an alchemy orb, it's not the worst currency in the world, but it's also definitely not the best. So is that coming at the cost of other currencies? Obviously, I'd rather get a mirror. So am I reducing my chances of getting a mirror by increasing the chances of getting an alchemy orb, or is this purely incremental, this alchemy orb, or orbs, in this circumstance? I don't know. Okay, let's just do a little bit of some of the other ones. Really go 80. A1. So we might have some points with some of those. Let's see. This amulet for you. Oh, are we not? Oh, we're not even able to do it until we've used at least one. Okay, fair enough.
Tools of war.
Let's see. Well, it is an amulet. Not a particularly good one. It is item level 80, but it also has horribly rolled stats. Could be good if they were higher numbers, but alas, they are not. Okay, we have 2 points here, though. Let's see. Earth items have minimum... Okay, well, that's exactly addressing the issue that I was just talking about there. Although, ideally, that would be higher still. Prefix modifiers... Roll their values an additional 2 times, keeping the highest value. That is nice. An additional item? No, I think in this case we would be more interested in... I mean, obviously in every case, you'd like what drops to be better. But I think getting a whole bunch of low-value amulets does not mean much. But well-rolled amulets are a big deal. This intrigues me. As does this. Suffix versus prefix. Obviously, both are helpful, but what's crit? That's suffix. Resistances would be suffix. Extra skill level. Yeah, crit is also suffix, but prefix tends to be more pure defenses stuff like the armor, energy shield, evasion, what have you. So I mean, obviously, both sides are helpful. This getting if there's another one of these later on that says minimum modifier level of 30 or 40, then okay, that starts to much more significantly improve the consistency. It seems like we did not get any more points just from using these. Oh right, that's a different category altogether. I did not mean to press that button. Also, I don't know what I'm holding onto right now. Why is my cursor suddenly seemingly having a high blood icon on it? Okay. I don't know what's happening right now. Birth items have minimum modifier level 20. What even category is this? Oh, this is for rings, so similar story. Master modifiers, minion modifiers, neither, please. Reach rings. I would like none of the above. I would rather go whatever that route is, it seems. Okay, let's see here, though. Our current rings are not great. Or at least they're very outdated. A couple of T1 stats there. Chaos damage. Is attack, leeches mana, mass strength. If that elemental resistance roll was a little bit better, that would make a big difference. The mana roll is pretty blah. It's not atrocious, but it's definitely not good either. Okay, well, those are the currencies we got, which collectively did add up to something, I suppose. Okay, let's try, though... Oh. Yes, apply that. That much is good. Then... Belt 1, which apparently is over here. Again, we can't activate any of these, even though we have 2 points until we've used at least one. Yeah, that's pretty horrible. Last charges gained 1. That'd be somewhat of a high roll, but other than that. Other than that, those are pretty bad numbers. Okay, so let's see. Here is it. Yep, seems like the first one is almost always minimum modifier level. Then you have minion-related modifiers, which on a belt is saying something. Caster-related modifiers, also not usually something you can get on a belt. So that's intriguing. Now, I don't know. I would think this would be stuff like cast speed and spell damage. Spell crit of some variety. Suddenly, you do have my attention, as I was saying before. Ideally, we would be scaling both attack and spell crit, although technically, I think if anything, we are a little bit more in need on the spell side. So I wouldn't turn that down, but I think that's unlikely to give us what we'd be looking for. I would imagine, well, if you have a spell one, surely you have an attack one as well somewhere, right? No. I think we'll maybe just do that for now. Okay, so that gives us a little bit of a look into what this process is like. As I was saying, we definitely wanted to use some Hive Blood so that we weren't right up against the cap. It's not that much that we've spent, but at the same time, it does seem like doing a few more breaches to unlock a few more points so that our womb gifts are more efficient, that would still be helpful. Oh, it's a breach stone is what you get from that final category. Okay, that does make sense with the way that icon looked there. Okay, I think we're just vendoring all of these. Maybe that one we could hold on to, but I don't even think so. Just... Maybe we should have just said, give us gold for all of them. Okay.
Be at peace.
Well, that is certainly a helpful mechanic for us to now be familiar with. Oh, we can open the stash from here. That's actually really convenient. Okay. That is nice. What I am wondering, though, is there a way we can see how much Hive Blood we have even when we are not? Oh. Hello. Even when we are not standing here? I think we'll both agree that Hive Blood breeds Hive Blood? You know, that actually does kind of make sense. Maybe. But given how it gives you the warning of, hey, I think it actually does say, oh, you're close to reaching maximum Hive Blood, or you are at maximum Hive Blood. It would be good to be able to, at any point in time, regardless of where you are, be able to press a button and say, oh, okay, this is exactly how much I have. But, again, maybe it's, there's really no reason, or, well, there is some reason to stockpile Hive Blood. That is, if you are trying to optimize around getting the best value out of your womb gifts that you possibly can, and you know that you would like to get a little bit more reach levels before you cash in more of them, so that you can get more of the breach, or the tree points, as in the actual tree, which I'm forgetting the precise name of. Okay. Oh, over... Does it even say here? I don't remember, but alas. Okay, so we could very well go in here and start farming up more breach points, but as I was saying before, I feel like that, at this point, is probably something that I can do off-stream and not be too concerned about discovering new things while off-stream. So we are very close to this, which is kind of tempting, because that'd be fairly quick for us to check off our list, although I do think that if we were to prioritize, I would probably say going in here might be next on the list, at least dipping our toe into the fortress and seeing what that's like. I don't know that we're going to make it all the way to the Burning Monolith. I don't think we really want to rush that necessarily. But then the other one, if I were to say next on the list, it'd probably be going to the Well of Souls, I would think, maybe. And of course, there's many other things. There's delirium stuff over here. I think there's ritual stuff over here. And this is, the Kalgurin peoples over here, who the name of their league mechanic is currently escaping me, but that one could be done too. And then the temples over here, of all ruins. So, certainly things we could do. But I think if we're being picky and trying to play favorites, then perhaps we'll do this. Okay, so let's see. Snowfall. So it gives a point. I think this is the generic Atlas points that we get out of this one. So that's another thing you could do, is optimize based around, or prioritize based around whichever type of mechanic is most important to you. Oh, it's Delirium as well. I don't know if we knew that was going to be the case. Obviously, the main restriction here, the main limitation is just time. So with time, plenty of things we could do.
You keep running straight into danger.
I thought I heard them saying that in the patch that just happened like yesterday, that they made some changes to Delirium specifically. That there were some things that weren't really working as intended. So Delirium theoretically might be a little bit different now. I think they said some of the difficulty things weren't really working. So they reactivated those, but in doing so they had to technically make it a little bit easier, otherwise they thought it would have been too dangerous for people. And I think they also made it more rewarding for those things when you did engage with the difficulty modifiers. I guess I'm kind of deliberately being a little more thorough here this time than we were in previous maps. I don't know to what extent that's necessary for completing this map per se, but out of interest of seeing a little bit more of what the new Delirium stuff has to offer. And we have these things here as well, which admittedly, I have seen them in some of the other maps that I've done. Oh, like that stuff there. I don't really know what they entail exactly. That's a pretty dramatic death there, that animation. It's kind of cool. I used Falling Thunder too earlier. Oh, okay. I'm not sure that I got that guy. The really big dude. Did I? He kind of just disappeared. I mean, at the same time, I do think some of the Delirium enemies have on-death damaging effects, so that might have just been what that was. Just made it a little unclear as to whether he was actually dead, or if he was just doing a dramatic teleporty thing of some variety. Remember, we do not have max lightning rest. Oh, Delirium's about to run out. I'm running in the wrong direction, apparently, and that's not going to help either. Did I do just enough to extend it, perhaps? The meter is still going. Maybe I did. Oh no, I probably just went backwards. That may have done it. Anything that dropped from it? Perhaps not. Oh, I thought I remembered someone was saying, I think Jer was saying last week, that for Delirium you actually don't get anything. Or at least sometimes you don't get anything at all from the maps until you've at least invested something in the Delirium tree, which I don't think we've done yet. So that may be why seemingly nothing at all happened when the Delirium-ness expired. Although, it still seems like that would have been something they might have wanted to address. I don't know which boss this is, to be honest.
Darkness
It's you.
and with it,
That probably would have been my guess. Did I just win? Oops, that's a button I need to press. As you can see, I mean, this is also a slightly higher map tier that we're doing this time, but damage is still definitely not where we'd like it to be.
this changes nothing.
Which is in large part because we still don't have all the stuff we're looking to truly maximize our damage, but...
Remain.
Okay, now what is this guy? Cursor relay. That completes the map, and that may have given us an Atlas point, or perhaps even 2 upon completing that. Or did we only use one of our 2 last time, maybe? Rare essence monsters have 40% increased chance of monster. What does that even mean? What? That makes no... The plain English of this does not make any sense to me. Rare monsters, by definition, have monster modifiers. What do you mean, 40% increased chance? I don't understand. You can target specific types of essences. That's kind of nice. There are definitely some that, at least in some circumstances, might be of greater interest. Additional essence. Chance of essences. That makes sense. Is that what this is trying to say? No? I don't get that. Like, that makes more sense, at least. Okay. Well, yeah, don't really know what we just did, but maybe it did something. Yeah, did not do the Verizium, nor did we get all the rare monsters. I don't know that that really matters.
Miscreant.
Rude. Okay, so we have learned, I think we more or less established this last time, but we've learned that every time we go through here... Oh no, that's the one we just did. Okay. Every time we go through here, we get a passive point for our standard Atlas tree. Although, to be honest, I mean, yes, there are different categories that still fall under this umbrella, like essences, like spirits, rogue exiles, but relative to things like Abyss and Breach, probably would still prioritize these guys. Those are the ones I'm more interested in. So, yes, obviously there is still much to be gained from going here, especially I would be more interested in truth in the more generic chance for waystones to drop. You know, improving the number of magic monsters, number of rare monsters in maps. Yes, I think I'm fairly certain that it is possible to max out all of the Atlas points, the generic Atlas points, so theoretically you don't have to exclude anything from your list. It would just probably take quite some time to get all of them. So, although I thought I heard that there is a way to expedite the process, maybe by beelining it to the Burning Monolith, or that. So, I guess we didn't really go in that direction, now that I think of it. It may have been better to head that way. Oops. So there probably is something to be said for checking out the burning monolith. I don't know if this is still the boss, or if it's that and only that, because this definitely looks like a big deal over here. Because this has the icon that makes it look as though it is a meeting place, like the campsite and like the monastery. So maybe we'll put this on hold for now and either try to make it here to the Well of Souls or here to the corrupted spot. I think I'd rather do Well of Souls. Let's just map out what the most efficient way to do that would be. I think we're reverse engineering here, here, and then either of these, because for some reason we have a few points here. So I think regardless, it's this next. Then we choose from there which side we'd rather go. Okay. Alright. And as I said, I kind of slowed down a little bit on that one to try to engage in the delirium mechanic, only to admittedly be fully transparent, be a little disappointed by that mechanic, since nothing seemed to come of it after years of waiting. Nothing came of it. Okay. Do we want to bump up to tier 4? I mean, also, I'm not sure that there's really anything in these maps that... Is there a level or tier requirement for doing these? Or obviously a higher tier map is going to give you better experience, better item drops, better currency drops, all that stuff. But again, because we're already where we want to be level-wise, it's not a huge deal. And sure, currency would be nice, but you know, the difference between a level 1 map and a level 4 map is not particularly large in that regard. I'd like to believe that we can also kind of zoom through this as well, though we did already see that tier 3 was, at least against the boss, not quite as quick as we might have liked it to have been. That's annoying. We do have this, should help, but basically, I would just like to get Abyss points as quickly as possible. And anything that gets dropped along the way is probably of de minimis value. Cue the mirror drop here. Oh, I'm sorry, Lids. We're just going to take this away because we heard that you didn't want the mirror. You said that you weren't going to need it. Look, that's not what I meant, okay? Surely we can come to a compromise, right? So we have already actually invested a little bit in Abyss. I think it was actually the mechanic that we had the most points in for whatever reason. I'm not entirely sure why that was, but that's alright. I think we have established that we do need to actually complete the given mechanic in order to get the points for that mechanic on the passive tree, which we theoretically have now done for the Abyss, but we may also need to finish the map itself by killing the boss, but we don't need to do all the rares or anything like that. I think that's what we learned. Or the random ritual that happens to be here. So, random ritual. Not going to give us ritual points? Question mark? Oh, I suppose we could have seen that. There was going to be a ritual. Actually, did that icon... Was that there before? Or did it only appear once we had organically stumbled across the ritual. I don't remember. Like this, I don't think this is going to give us a ritual point. Oh, and we did remember, we did have some ritual points that we spent, including one that makes it more likely to encounter a particular type of ritual. Like the shrine for the ritual have certain effects, and I didn't know what the effects were. The names did not mean anything to me. So, just kind of, I don't know, we'll click on one of these and see what happens type of thing. But for all we know, we might be making this an objectively worse experience. Like to do this set of rituals, I think, just to confirm my theory that this will not give us a ritual point. It has to, from the onset, be a designated ritual map, but we shall see. Suppose it'd be good if I was wrong. There you saw I got stunned several times. So, this, as I was saying before, thing that very much can still be a problem for us. So we have a few uniques. We have a bunch of uniques here, actually. Everything is a unique? Question mark. And this, which we had marked previously, although I think I have picked at least one of these up in the meantime. It has, in the past, been an amulet we are a very big fan of for critical hit builds, so it's been usually our endgame amulet. I think the one that I picked up is better than... I mean, the rolls that can vary are not the important ones, so honestly not a huge deal. I think we might just ignore this. Probably just end up taking that, but we'll go for one more ritual and see what is left. We have yet to see. What's your name? I guess I don't really need to fight those guys, to be honest. But here's the ritual in question. Oh. Here's the ritual tablet to go along with it. Coincidence? I actually don't know. It must be, right? Ooh, that's nice. Okay, like the chaos. Might not be a mirror, but the game is perhaps trying to make me take back my word before. Ooh, that's kind of nasty. Of course, this being the last one of the set, it is the most dangerous. This is not where I want to stand, and also, can I interest you in a stun? Because, oh boy. Me getting stunned, in case that was not clear. We probably stunned a few of those enemies along the way as well, yes, but... Who's that? There we go. Okay, so Pillar of the Caged God. First unique I ever used, possibly the first unique I ever used in Path of Exile 1. Like, more than a decade ago. I think I've said before, but, or at least the first one that I ever built around. Yes, we could get this, but I honestly don't know that it matters. I think this actually is the most valuable thing right now. Pretty sure we're just taking that. And I guess we just do that. Oh, okay. There's another one. Okay, so now we're just going to the boss. I think. This is a very linear map. From that standpoint, it's a fairly straightforward thing to do. He says as he doesn't quite go in a linear direction. Look, I'm just testing you, okay? I'm just seeing if you're paying attention. What? Okay, now if you can teleport, then that's kind of cheating. How am I supposed to run away from all the enemies in the map and run straight to the boss if you all just teleport to me? Okay, here's the boss, though.
My king.
We don't, we shouldn't be able to teleport out of the arena like that, but it does make you wonder. That still hit me. That's a little bit more than we're looking for. Okay. So now... we did get another point here. For ritual. We already had one, remember. Because we wanted to do this, but we have not yet done the pinnacle boss. But it seems we did not gain one. Okay, yeah. So that is what we expected, I think. Oh. We have one there. We have one here. Here's our... oh, wait, what? Oh, we never used this one. Okay. I see. This is the one we just gained. Let's head over here. Against the lead to Abyssal Depths. It's not as great of an interest to me. Well, actually, if you combine... if you're all about trying to get the Heart of the Well, you want Abyss, you want Rogue Exiles, you want to combine those to the greatest extent possible. So you go here, and then you do want to go here and do the various exile-related things. Well, this, at least. Which we were originally eyeing in order to get here more quickly, but then I went in the Essence direction anyway. But starting to get a better sense of how the various pieces might be able to fit together most efficiently. And again, in time, maybe it won't matter that much, as we'll eventually be able to get most of these things.
Yes, this is all we have.
It's largely just a matter of what happens first, and that was mostly there to be disassembled. I do also think the cannons are hilarious. They're crossbows, okay? But they are also guns. For the most part, I'm kind of just assuming that any item that drops
I will make use of
at
this.
this level is not going to be of particularly great interest to us. Got some more T3s. I would just like to get here. Trying to do the fastest possible maps. Let's see, I do remember Canyon. That one's a little bit of a maze. Spring is also quite linear, so I might deliberately do that. Then I'll walk into their oil, their tar, just to slow myself down, so that, and then I'll get stunned by all the enemies, just to counteract all of the other efforts that we might be making. Try to be quick. Pardon me. Oh, actually, no, don't pardon me. This is the... this do be the Abyss. Dooby dooby doo. Excuse me. are supposed to go down and grant me power charges. I believe that was part of our agreement. Ooh, okay, got some of the big guys now. That is, of course, the danger. Proximal tangibility, which is probably why you didn't get hit by the previous stack that I had. Want to deliberately hold off on doing the killing palm and avoid teleporting right on top of the guy who's about to explode. We're having half decent luck. At least the exalt drops are nice, but they aren't that meaningful. The chaos drops are fairly big though. Remember to actually disassemble those guys. That would be more meaningful rather than just vending the ones with quality. Ooh, actually, is this direction. It's an extra abyss guy even after those encounters are done. Okay, and it does say the abyss is now complete. So I think at this stage, I'm going to take that to mean we're kind of just going to run to the boss. Really don't know that we have much to gain carrying on here. Okay, well, granted, don't really want to get caught there. Pardon me. Oh, I saw that guy glowing green for a second. I was like, what? Another abyss? I thought we just established that the abyss was done. I've been lied to. Oh, this is not that far from the boss, for what it's worth. Oh, but there was a rare right on top of it. Okay, never mind. Excuse me, sir. Please don't do that. It hurts my feelings when you try to stampede me. Okay, well, get an idol out of it. Some of those are not especially valuable. That may very well be one of them, but it's something. Another enemy that is glowing green that has nothing to do with the abyss. There's a surprising amount of mob density here. That nearly killed me. Just a random, theoretically pretty tame map. Yeah. Seemingly not proving to be the case. Oh, Delwyn. Oh, there's another spirit. I was going to say, otherwise you're a little late to the party here. Now, which direction are you going? Okay, you're going away from the boss? I'm sorry, I'm not interested in that case. I also think that in that case, we, given what we learned before about the rituals, we probably are not interested in going out of our way to do spirit stuff. Oh, come on. That was the thing that stunned you? Okay. That should mean we have another one of these. No, requires closing the northern abyssal wounds. Well, that may or may not be what we're headed toward now. Oops. There are other things we can do that do not require that. Little points. Yeah. I think we'll probably just save up for the time being then.
Speak. Choose what you need.
Oh,
Go.
right. So I was saying, not that this is a huge deal, but
What's new? Thanks for the chat.
okay. Ooh, patches of chilled ground. That is a little bit annoying, just because if the name of the game is speed, obviously that does slow us along the way. Or we can have shocked ground. This is a more dangerous map, but it is still just T3, though, as I said. And as we saw in that previous map, it's not necessarily a free ride. It is another spring. But oops. It's a one portal map. I did just go through that portal. Fortunately, it's not like the olden days where going through a portal immediately uses it up. No, it's only the deaths. Oh, it's a rogue exile. It was a rogue exile. Well, nice knowing you, I guess. Oh, is that a random reach? I think it is. Okay, we did. I mean, I'm not sure how interested I am in it, to be honest with you, just because we know we're not getting the extra points out of it. Trying to be a little more careful about clearing out enemies so we don't walk into a silly death only to then get rid of this map. Now it is only one portal map. That one with the purple icon on it would suggest this might be a little bit better option here. Raider Chaos Orb is pretty valuable. Sure. You've intrigued me. I'll take the bait. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. There's another way? Yeah. Might be the last enemy? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's loud sounds. I mean, yes, it's pretty good. I don't know that it's that good. That's the type of situation. Be a little more careful about finding myself rolling into stuff like that. There's a lot of enemies that are chasing after us right now. Okay. Take a second, slow down. I think I saw what we cast a spirit. This is a strong box again. I kind of just have, I know I'm skipping a lot of stuff. I have an eye on the clock since I'd like to be able to still squeeze in Mass Effect Andromeda streams later today. So I want to try to get to the special Abyss location with some time to spare. And that's a bad place to stand. However, that is the direction we do need to go in. And thus, we will find ourselves headed back in this direction. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Complete stun lock. We're not dead, but I am in a pretty horrible place right now. Alright, we can't respawn from checkpoint. Yeah, we will die. Legitimately, will die. There is no way out of this situation. Excuse me? We still have charms on our stun talisman. That's pretty crazy. Not really helping us here. I could flask, and then maybe... Okay. Try. There we go. Really thought that was a stun lock death right there, and that it was largely inescapable. May just be more so that we were completely surrounded by little enemies and were unable to move. Which perhaps goes back to the point I was making before, that, hey, maybe don't leave every enemy alive. Is this in a bit? Yeah. Oh, right. This... Yeah, we haven't done the Abyss yet on this map. God. Please don't do that. This is the mechanic that we are planning on doing, of course. I don't know if we were to get an Abyssal Depths, if we would be required to go down and complete that in order to get the point. We probably would. Kind of rather not, if that were the case, just because that would take considerably longer, but... What is this? What is going on over there? It looks like the effects of a shrine, but also at the same time doesn't quite look identical to the meteor shrine. Counts as a block? An obstacle? The Abyss itself. Which is why I haven't hit this guy, despite having tried to hit him on numerous occasions there, and seemingly aimed directly at him. That's really nasty. This specific case. This guy right here. I would like you to go away. Thank you. Here's another one. Crit resistance. That's illegal. That works. It's not the last of the Abyss components. Theoretically, that's because there are more here. Oh, that's a bad place to be. Something half decent that dropped over there. Oh, it's unique of some variety. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure which one that is. These guys are nasty. Still a fair bit more, it would seem. Enemies also can destroy our bells, which is actually really annoying. Pretty sure on that occasion he destroyed perhaps more than one of my bells. Slowing down my power scaling sequence. There we go. Do I recognize that? Yes, I think I do. I think we even used that at one point. Our previous character. Temporary. Almost found Killing Palm teleporting us into a place where we very much did not want to be on that occasion. That was a lot more than I expected that to do. Wow, this has a lot of rounds to it. Once again, I have to remind myself that it's not a proximity shield. I did not need to stand inside of it. These guys just camping the shrine? Kinda seems like it. Wow, there's even more of this stuff over here. Oh, we had one of those modifiers that we picked up. That didn't it make it so that there's a chance to have a like a bazillion of the abysses in a single map? Maybe that's what happened. Finally get this. I kept on thinking, oh, okay, surely this is the last one, right? No. Oh, is the shrine gonna destroy our bells? It might be, which is actually very bad. So making it much harder for me to get out of there. It is an abyssal depths. Okay, well, alas, we were asking the question. I think we technically did get our answer because this would have been the last of them. Yet, does not say we are done. Oh, all abysses complete, but complete abyssal depths? I'm curious. Did that give us a point? Did we already have that point? I think we did, didn't we? Because we were saying we were going to save up. Yeah, okay, so we did not get a point yet. For this map, we would need to go down here. Means a whole bunch of abyss stuff in this map, which is, to be fair, the intention behind speccing into all the abyss points. It's just that a lower level map like this, and when we are kind of just trying to zoom through and accumulate the points as quickly as possible, we don't need for these abysses to be particularly good. It's more important later on. Oh, don't like that. Let's get rid of him. Oh. That guy was not gotten rid of. At least not initially. But it turned out he had a damage over time effect. And before I could call him, he just went down to the dot. So I guess that does work. Wasn't really the plan, but we'll take it. Oh, excuse me. Go through the middle, which usually does have several chests in it, but again, it's not really the main objective here. Oh, well, here it is. Okay. Huge quantities of gold. Life-changing. This should be, yep, getting up. The spot where we actually need to go. Respawn, because sometimes these guys respawn. Might have, maybe those were just friends. Please don't teleport into that. That does not look like a good time. Okay. It's half decent. That's a little more than half decent.
I've no room for that.
Alright. Well, as it turns out, the depths was probably worthwhile. Yep, here's the boss. So do we... Hold on. Do we get the extra abyss point from doing just that? Or do we actually need to kill the boss of the map as well? We might need to kill the boss of the map as well, it seems. In which case, it actually might not have answered our question as to whether the abyssal depths is necessary or just basic stuff. Ooh, now remember that this map does have considerably more modifiers on it. That's okay. That's okay. Now, and only now, we have the extra abyss point. Okay, so you definitely need to kill the map boss. You definitely need to at least clear out all of the base abysses. Technically didn't answer the question of whether you need to go into the abyssal depths to get the point or not, which, depending on your feelings about going into the abyssal depths, may or may not be important, because it definitely does add time to the map. Obviously, we happen to have good luck on that occasion, getting a good drop out of it, but that certainly is not always the case. Well, maybe that's a little unfair. It is. You usually get at least one or two of the slightly more unusual abyss drops, right? I don't remember if the preserved rib was from that, but we got the Omen of Sinistral Necromancy from that as well, which is not wildly valuable, but it's of some value.
Speak. These are our supplies. Gold is useless to me. Take it. Of course.
Okay. So now, how many more do we need to get to the key spot we're looking for? I think we just need this, and then we can go there. Looks like it's accessible from here. Okay, so do that. Again, level the map, not a huge deal here. Don't really care about the mods, to be honest. Care more about getting those points, which we're hoping once we get to the Well of Souls that we might be able to spend the points a little more aggressively than what we have now, because basically it says, well, you can't allocate this point until you've done this thing that we aren't really sure what it is. Which, to be fair, we may still not have done by the time we get to the Well of Souls. But we're gonna see. This is actually also a fairly linear map as well. But we could try on this map, deliberately doing the boss first. Well, no, we did do that previously, right? We have already tried doing boss, but not abyss, and we found that definitely is insufficient. It would only be a question of if we do get another abyssal depths, if we can determine if that's actually necessary or not. So, in other words, I don't know that there's actually that much sciencing to be done on this occasion. Or if there is, we technically don't know yet if that's even going to be possible. These are the criteria. Ooh, sciencing that we might like to do. What is that? It's for... The boss is right here. Okay, well, there you go. Do the boss now. This is the Rust King. Hello, friend. Spoiler alert, he is not our friend. That's also a time when it's not great to use that skill where you're teleporting. Fortunately, we did kill him in the process, but it did make me nervous for a second there. Okay, so obviously, I think we've established... Yeah. We already had those points. That did not give us anything new yet. We need find and then complete the abysses. I don't mean to help it. And if there is an abyssal depth, then we will more or less in real time be able to answer the question that we had. And we did technically spend some of our few passive generic Atlas points on abysses, or rather on essences. So that's not coming as a huge surprise. And again, we did come across the abyss, so maybe it was a Freudian slip. But maybe we just see this a second. Charge up. Ooh, that's also one where I was not especially keen on teleporting into that. All these little stalagmites that are blocking our projectiles, keeping us from getting the value we're looking for here. Are they really stalagmites when we're not in a cave? I don't know. To see the definition. So what is that coming from? Fireball. Leads, that's technically not a fireball? Look. You are right. Also, that is exactly the situation I was just describing, where I just falling thundered straight into one of those little obstacles and it did absolutely nothing. Ooh, dear. These guys are annoying. Well, rabbit. That didn't really hit the enemies I was hoping it was going to hit. Nor did that. Oh, you have proximal tangibility, don't you? Yep. So you have a bit of a ghostly glow to you, don't you? That's not a coincidence, is it? Oh, and so we were spending all the time earlier today talking about the new ascendancy point that gives us all the fancy stats on our gloves. However, we did not really circle back to gauge how the Mountain's teachings was doing. It's more subtle in that case. It's just damage and damage reduction, which is obviously good, but you may not know necessarily that, oh, that's where that damage came from. That's why we survived that hit. That kind of thing. But it's there, and we are accumulating it in decent numbers. Does it go up when we hit the bells? Oh, there are other enemies there as well. Seems like it does. Okay. So in that case, it should be sustainable. And remember, it doesn't matter how much of the Mountain's teachings we have, just as long as it's non-zero. There's no difference between having 1 or having 30. As long as the 1 doesn't go away. Okay, once again, it's hiding behind that spot that doesn't look like it would block our projectiles, and yet it does. I whiffed. There we go. Okay, so then it says map completed. Okay, hold on. We do get an Abyssal Depths. Did we get the point, or did we not get the point? 1, 2, 3. We did get the point. So you do not need to go into the abyssal depths to get the abyss passive points. We can now confirm that is the case. So, if we wanted to, we could skip this one. Now, we did get a divine the last time we went down into one of these, so maybe we'll do it. Either way. Is it a coincidence that on both occasions it was the last of the abysses that we completed?
Back to the soil.
Does that always happen now, where if you get an abyssal depths, it's going to be the last one no matter what? It's a bad place to say. Please don't do that. There was an enemy there once. Unless they are no more. Okay, that's the middle over there, which, yes, theoretically has chests, but that's especially great interest to us. Not really, as you can see, amount too much. That looks nasty though. I think it's right up here. Yeah. Can't tell if I'm actually getting into that angle, to be honest with you. Okay, you coming back to life? Did you already come back to life? Because we seemingly had some smack talk. Okay, no divine this time, but that's alright. We can't exactly expect that we're gonna run into those every time.
I carry
That
few
was
possessions,
fortunate
and I don't have room for them.
on the previous occasion. Okay, and obviously, yes, we could go back and clear through this map, but as you can see from this, we were on 4% XP at the start of today, and we are still on 4% XP, so it really isn't doing anything at all
These are our supplies.
from that standpoint
Indeed.
for us. And the drops outside of that one divine have not been particularly significant either. Well, that's not horrible. Might be sellable for at least other stuff, though.
Speak. These are our
I'll
supplies.
just vendor this,
Gold is useless to me. Take it.
probably.
Go.
Tab somewhere. Okay, so then I believe that means that we now have access to the special abyss location, the Well of Souls, which is not the same as the Well of Souls that we see in the campaign. Oh, also, can you... But this gives you to pan to these places. Okay. And so then you can traverse like that. Are we allowed to traverse here immediately? Oh. Okay. Sure. likewise here? No. Okay, not for that one. Well of Souls. We theoretically can do this now from anywhere and everywhere. It is down. Okay, well, is this going to be similar to the other Well of Souls area? It does give us all the... I think it did that for the other sort of NPC area as well. Is it exactly the same? Yeah. Wait, what? Okay, it's exactly the same as the other Well of Souls. So, what's the significance here?
You have come. This one serves. The light was used, the trembling land, to open great runes above. And somehow, the disgraced lich soars free. You, the source responds. Souls leak from the wounds, killing more. And the well grows. You must close the wounds.
Oh. Okay, you're going to point us toward more Abyss stuff? Maybe the specific location that we were hearing about that we needed to do in order to actually be able to allocate certain points on the Abyss tree, and it's just going to take a while for it to load where on the atlas that appears? All in due time. Maybe. I would close and reopen if I knew where this was going to direct us, but I'm not sure I'd be able to find it without it doing this for us, so... I would like it to load. Maybe. Does this still say Well of Souls? It doesn't say whatever this other place is going to be. Alright, at this rate... Can we... Oh gosh. Well, this is just generic opening the... Hold on. We happen to go back to our hideout. Can we open the map device from here? Any better? Okay, well now we can at least see stuff. Oh, okay. Okay. It does require tier 5 waystone, so there is at least a certain threshold you have to reach. Oh, is there another one maybe in each direction? So I thought I remembered, yeah, close the northern abyssal wounds was the prerequisite for some of the, for some of these guys. Is it all northern? Does it just not even bother saying because we aren't in... Oh, that says southern. Okay. So yeah, I'm guessing then that does go in northerly, southerly, and easterly direction. Not so much west. But then that is required that you get to each of those sides in order to actually allocate all of the Abyss points, regardless of how many you may have earned, because you will not have met that other requirement. Alright, well, I'm glad that we got the chance to check out the Monastery of the Keepers and start to understand how that new breach mechanic works, or at least that aspect of breach. It's definitely a lot more for us to explore there as we continue to build up more hive blood, more the womb gifts, and unlock more points on that other tree there, the tree of the tree, the treeception, the tree 3 perhaps. Who knows? We did not get the chance to hit this corrupted area here. I am intrigued a little bit, in part just because of how close it was, but I'm more so just interested to see how much it has changed since the old system, where it was, by and large, the primary mechanic. So that may be next in our list, in addition to just continuing to grind out stuff here of the Abyss variety, although I imagine this is probably still something I could do off-stream, and I don't know that much is going to change mechanically with the Abyss other than just it opening up more options on the Abyss tree, and we've already seen what that Abyss tree looks like. And then we dipped our toe in here to the fortressy area. In hindsight, maybe going for a straight line here to the Burning Monolith might have been better, although it looks like we actually can go here right now. So, might just quickly take a peek here. That's a stash. Flaming Rite of the Fourth Edict.
The way is
Oh, okay.
shut.
Okay.
I must seek the missing pieces.
Wait, it looks like we have a missing piece. Huh?
This door. It requires 3 fragments. One is already present.
Was that always the
Something
case? The
about
first is
it
always present?
Feels wrong. Instinctively disturbing.
If it is disturbing to you, then it should be doubly so for the rest of us.
True. Reach the gateways. Okay, so it sounds like it's a good thing that we did. Well, it's a good thing that we had this conversation with Doriani, because this might have been something that was at least temporarily blocking us from doing certain pieces of content. Then again, we do find ourselves in this situation once again, where we are waiting for the Atlas to load, and it was struggling mightily to do that before. I mean, he might have had other things to say upon the Atlas panning to that specific spot, which is unfortunate. Oh, that's exciting. I don't know if that actually does anything. It is glowing red now. Oh. Strange symbols in many different languages have been inscribed here. You understand none of them. A few symbols appear to be pictographs, depicting a gate, burning death, and what appears to be an object of importance. Lovely. Alright, so I'm just going to try doing the same thing I did before. We might technically miss an explanation from Doriani, but... Oh, I guess we can... Oh, no, we have to complete the Burning Monolith to access this area. So it's, despite this being blue, we can't actually go here yet. Although it would give us 3 points from a single map. So that does seem to be a pretty big deal. Oh, okay. This, presumably, is what Doriani would have pointed us to. Western Gateway does have a Waystone tier requirement, and it does give 3 points for that as well. The standard ones here just give a single point, right? Yeah, and then is there another one? Yep, there's an Eastern one as well, which also gives 3. Okay. So yeah, that's probably a good thing to have on our radar so we can be more deliberate with how we go about doing things in these areas. And perhaps that may have been another thing that, as I was doing public lobby maps before, that it wasn't letting me hop into some maps because it said that I didn't have the required quest state. I could see the game preventing you from going to either one of these gateways, at least until you've had that conversation with Doriani. Likewise with the Hive-related stuff for Breach here. Again, I don't know that that would have really been the case for the Abyss stuff, but... Oh! It does require you to do it in sequence, it seems. This is the northern one, and then notice how that says close the northern one before you can access this one. Maybe that would prevent you from joining someone else's lobby if they were in some of these ones. And this one requires the southern first, so yeah, you go north, then south, then east. And the Waystone tier requirement goes up, and at that point, that's pretty significant. Okay. Alright. So, and that does give it a little bit more, in addition to giving you direction from a cardinal direction standpoint, it also has a natural progression to it from a difficulty standpoint as well, what with the Waystone tier requirements increasing as you go through that system. So that's cool. As I was saying, I definitely did not expect us to be able to get through all of that stuff today, but we, I think, got a chance to take a closer look at least some of the stuff that I was most curious about, and some of the things that may have been the most... that we may have been prevented from doing until we met certain prerequisites. So I think at this stage, in between streams, I may very well try to farm up some of the generic Atlas passive points, some of the Abyss points, some of the Breach points, using the tree over here as well. I'll probably try to, like, clearly the colony is a big deal. I'll try not to do a colony off stream. Maybe I'll accidentally happen across one in a public lobby, but I'll try not to do that. I don't think there's any real spoiler potential here on the Abyss side, but I could be wrong with that. As I said, do this for the generic Atlas points and potentially hunt some beasts along the way as well, because I don't imagine there's much in the way of spoilery stuff that we'd come across in that regard. But then, I mean, obviously we have done a straightforward campaign, you know, pre-map Evolve Ruins, so I don't know how much this differs from that experience. Although that was kind of the same thing we were wondering about the Well of Souls here, and there was at least some ways in which this is deviating from the campaign version. So, still absolutely more things than we have yet to investigate, to much, if any, degree, but others still that we've started to get a sense for what exactly they're all about. And that's cool. It seems like there's a lot more to do, at least feels like there's a lot more to do in Endgame, even if some, if not many of these mechanics did exist before this most recent update. The way that it is structured definitely does feel like there's more of a specific goal in mind for basically all of these things, and not just a single end target pinnacle boss, but actual systems that are built around the whole mechanic. And that, I think, at least my first impression, is that seems like pretty good. So, I'm pleased. I think that's definitely a step in the right direction for the game, it would seem. And with that being said, though, I do think it probably makes sense for us to wrap things up here, because as I was saying at the beginning, I think for today... Here, let me just throw this screen on here. For today, we got an earlier start because I was off work, but now I think I'm going to take a little break for a few hours, eat some dinner, and then we'll do some Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer after this. So, it's on the same day. Like, basically, I'll just take a little break, and then we'll do some Andromeda. So, thank you all for stopping by. This was, of course, our PoE 2 stream. Now, granted, we're squeezing two streams into one day, when that would not usually be the case, specifically because I had work off today, whereas that would not generally be the case. So still kind of looking for a solution there. It's tricky to do streams on Thursday nights, what with that being a work night still, so that may not necessarily be the route we take next week, but we'll figure it out. Then, so Fridays, Path of Exile 2, Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, some combination of those two, like today. That's, at least as it currently stands, how we are approaching things. And then Saturdays, Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, and Sundays, Pyre multiplayer. But of course, you can also subscribe if you're interested in staying up to date on other things that we are doing. In addition to that, though, actually, probably the best thing that you can do is join our Discord. If you give me a second, I will get a good link for that. Let's see. There it is. Let me throw it into the chat. Discord. There you go. Alright. And also, if you enjoyed the stream, free to hit the like button. That does help as well. But that's going to be it. Not for tonight, but at least for right now. I'll be back in a couple hours or so with some Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer. So I'll catch you then.